Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find. Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat,
Sorry about that, guys. Good morning and welcome back to the cafe. How are you today? Great to see you. Great to be back. Great to have you here. Good afternoon, I should say. It is afternoon now. It's not morning. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day and everybody's doing good. I don't know what I did here, but I need to fix that. So hold on, bear with me while I do fix this weird looking. It doesn't work for me. Sorry. There we go. Maybe. No, I don't think I locked that at all. Keep your hair on, everyone.
Always from behind.
Okay, we're good there. There will be. Come on in, guys. Go grab a seat. Get yourselves comfortable, please, and thank you. Great to see you guys today. Okay. Okay. Come on in, everybody. Welcome. Keep your hair on. You can keep your hair on. Yes, I have. StreamYard has offered new options. They should. It's about time since they charge so much, and I'm able to pull the chat on screen now, and took them long enough to get to that point. Excuse me. The way I can get a double dose of it, be able to see it clearly. It works for me. I could do that, maybe, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that. I'll just leave it at that. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Do what you gotta do. Shave your head. Let's see who we got in here. Alicia, welcome back. Miss Cassie, great to see ya. Jacqueline Keeley, good to see you. Eddie's in the house. Miss Rowena, great to have you back today. Fizzy Cake, great to see ya. Fizzing out. Excuse me, guys. Sassy Cassie. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble, Dead Blues Mama, welcome back to you. Miss Victoria Burgess, wonderful to see you. Mark Schumann, good to have you here. Brother Donna Salamander, great to see you today. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Miss Paula, always a pleasure. You know it. Mittens for Kittens, great to see you. Daniela Kiriakou, hello. Welcome back. Please share this out, guys. And good morning, afternoon, good evening. good night, whatever it is, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be with you all here today again. Hello, Yvonne. Welcome back, Miss Yvonne. Let's see here. I know it is, Miss Yvonne. I know it is. And you know where you're at, so you know what's going to happen. Make sure you guys wish Yvonne a happy birthday. Hang on here. Hang loose, folks. Give me 1 minute. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Let's get some things set up here. Right, guys. Morning, morning, morning. Make sure you guys are telling Miss Gibbon happy birthday as you come through the door. Please and thank you. Is SRB in here yet? I don't see her. I sure don't. What is she doing today? Alicia's in here. Oh, I know one. Hold on. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Show. Let's see what we have here. Angela. Hello. Welcome. All right, everybody. Again, like I said, make sure you wish Miss Yvonne a happy birthday when you come through the door, please, and thank you. You know how we do it here in this family. Oh, no worries, Alicia. Okay, thank you. No worries. She can do what she needs to do. All right, and on we go.
This is your gift. This is your gift. It's better than nothing.
All right, Yvonne. I had to play that one just because it was funny to me. So I'll give you another one. It's a little bit better. I got so many different things I can do with these. That's why I like knowing ahead of time so I can prepare for them. Oh, don't worry about SRB. Go enjoy your lunch, please. All right, here you go, Yvonne.
I hope there will be cheese at Yvonne's birthday party. You know how much I like cheese. Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, my friend Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Ben.
Breaking news. It's Yvonne's birthday today? And in other news, scientists prove that cats are smarter than dogs. There's no way you could get 8 cats to pull a sled through the snow.
Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne. Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne.
Happy birthday, Yvonne. Happy birthday, Yvonne.
I have studied many philosophers and many cats.
The wisdom of cats is infinitely superior. Please subscribe, give us a like, and share this video so we can grow our happy little community of cat lovers. Now, let's get Ivan's party started.
I hope you like cats, Siobhan. And of course, as always, oh man, sorry guys. I gotta give you a cake, of course. All right, Miss Siobhan, here's your cake. I try to put a cake up there for everybody if I can. Sorry, guys, my allergies are killing me today. And this will actually sing you the song too, dear.
Happy birthday to you.
All right. Oh, that's horrible. Good. I'm glad you love cats. Yes, everyone here is important, and I try to make sure everybody here knows that. That's why I celebrate everybody's birthday when I know about it. It's very important. And thank you guys for wishing her a happy birthday. All right, let's see what we got here. Come on in. What? Wow. Have a good day. Huh. That person doesn't belong in this community. Yes, I hope you have an amazing day, Yvonne. Please. Please, please, please. Yeah, everyone in this community is absolutely important. I don't care if it takes me the whole show. I'll sit here and tell you happy birthday through the whole show because that's what I choose to do. So everybody in here gets treated the same way and should be treated that way and should be able to feel special on the day that they were born. So I can't believe there's so many people out here that are that rude. It blows my mind. This is definitely not the right community for that. You are so very welcome, my dear. I hope you have an amazing day. You absolutely deserve it. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I hope you have an amazing year leading up to this time again next year where we can do this all over again. Yeah, I know. That's crazy, Alicia. Oh, you didn't miss anything, Moonlit. Just ignorance, that's all. Pure ignorance. Come on in the door, y'all. Grab a seat. No, the blue crew handled. They're quick. They're very quick. That's why you didn't have to see it, Moonlit. That's very true, because they do. Because they do. It's all good. 33 peeps in the house. 22 likes, guys. Hit that like button when you come to the door, please, and thank you. Yes, you guys are quick. So again, Yvonne, have a beautiful day today, and just enjoy it the very best you can, and have a wonderful year. And hopefully, we'll see you throughout that year. And I hope it's the best for you. And next year we can do the same thing, same time, same way. Yeah, I bet you did too, Alicia. I know. I seen it, and I went in there. That's okay, Moonlit. What's happening, Cap? Good to see you, brother. Ricky Tran, good to see you. And Miss Victoria, tell your daughter we all said happy birthday as well.
Happy birthday.
Hope she has a wonderful day. Oh, we're gonna have fun with you, Cassie. Lurdy, she's gonna be 30. I love it. That's right. Tomboy's in the house. $31. Oh yeah. That's even better. You know you can't lie to me. Your mother's right here. So she'll tell me the truth. Oh, he left the room already, but I'll tell him, Ro.
Get down.
Oh yeah, but you're well. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a. I'm already 50, so it doesn't matter to me. I get it though. All right, y'all. We got 36 peeps in here. Hey, hey. Make sure to hit that like button on the way through the dough. And please share this out. Hang on. It is amazing. Thank you, Tomboy, for the copy. Hazelnut. This one is some hairy hazelnut or something weird like that. All different flavors. So thank you again. Appreciate that so very much. Keeps me moving. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I appreciate you both very much. You're in the dirty years. I'm heading towards the nifty ones. Yes. Amen to that one. The dirty 30s. We're in the nifty 50s. Hey, hey. And then, of course, don't forget the dumb 20s. That's when we had all the dumb mistakes. Yeah, they are. They're good flavors, too. Blueberries. There's a bunch of different wild ones. I'm using my Schitt's Creek mug today. One of the best shows ever put out. Love that show. They need to redo it. Like, start it all over again. Yes, hazelnut, Rhode Island. Good stuff. This is just one of the flavors. There's a bunch of different flavors in this set pack she sent me. Thrifty 50s. There you go. Hey, Justice. Good to see you. Let me see here. What's happening, Matt? Good to see you, buddy. Justice in the house. Donna Salamander. Wonderful to have you all here today, guys. Please hit the like button on your way through. Let me see here. We do. We're going to update Jack and Lily. I will do that every day, and then we're going to look through some other stuff. Don't mind me. I was eating one of these. Anybody ever have wasabi peas? The things are amazing. They were on clearance at the local grocery store for 50 cents. Oh, they're so good. Wasabi green peas. I love hazelnut. In coffee, I should say. SRB Shannon Gray is invited to the Zoom hearing. What do we mean? Welcome, Rhode Island. Good to see you today, Matt. Yes, Eugene Levy's awesome. I agree with you, Matt. Miss Justice, good to see you today again. Everybody, thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much. There's that big cup, too. You know that big tall cup I use all the time? The same amount of coffee fits in that. What fits in this? This thing's huge. It's a monstrous cup. Look at my hands on it. That's how big it is. Yeah, we're going to probably hit that too. Let me see here. I don't know where Mama Bear is. I haven't seen her today. Like she forgot who I am. Where did you go? What's the link at? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, here we are. Just trying to pull up the link. Work for me here. Work for me. What the hell? Why won't this work now? Good Lord. Always something with me, you guys. It's always something with me. Okay, here we go. Now it's starting to work a little bit. I think we're having bean soup and cornbread for dinner. A little bit of leftover ham from Easter in the freezer and a bone, so that should be good. Excuse me. Here, let's see. We got 2 new documents coming in out of Idaho as well. We'll look at that just to keep everybody updated and informed. Nothing is serious. They're both Steelers, I think. It's a good question, Pizzy. I don't know. I'd like to know. You'd think they would, you know? Yes, that's one of my favorites too, Yvonne. Love that one. All right. Let's get this stuff up moving here. Start off with this, of course. I like anything with the local news there in Nova Scotia. Let's see what they're saying.
Search for 2 missing children in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia RCMP say they are determining their next steps after another ground and air search for 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan took place over the weekend. The siblings went missing from their Lansdowne Station home May 2nd, and police say they have found 0 trace of what happened to these 2 children. For more on where the investigation stands this morning, we're joined from Midland, Ontario by Chris Lewis, CTV public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll remember the press conference where the police called off a portion of their search for Lilly and Jack on Sunday evening. What could that indicate where this investigation stands as of today?
Well, when they made that call to downscale the search, at that point they made statements that they didn't believe the children would still be alive, which was somewhat concerning because it hadn't been that long at that point. Of course, it has gone much longer now. They are continuing some searching, but it appears that they're weighing more heavily on the investigative side of this, which of course they're not going to really talk about, given the trying to protect the integrity of that investigation. But they seem to be focusing more on that than actually trying to recover the children, which of course I'm sure they still will, because regardless of whether they're alive or dead at this point, it's awful to even say that, they certainly do want to recover the remains of the kids.
You know, people are going back over this timeline, you know, as our police as part of their investigation. Lilly and Jack were first reported missing May the 2nd, and then a nonstop multi-agency search began on the very same day. Then on May 7th, police scaled back that investigation and added that the chances of the children being alive, as you just mentioned, were very low. Then after that, May 17th and 18th, there's this renewed ground and air search of Lansdowne Station. That didn't find any evidence. Tell us what that means about the scope of this investigation. Is it narrowing in on something?
I think what it means really is that the RCMP know more about this than we do, which is totally understandable. The RCMP are good at this sort of thing. I mean, they've been conducting huge searches and conducting major investigations for a long, long time. So we have to rely on them and the fact that they know what they're doing. They're led by their investigation. I'm sure they're following evidence and deciding where to go and what to do based on that, as well as tips and other things that they're receiving. But, the speculation in the community and on social media is just crazy, pointing fingers at all sorts of people, which may have had nothing to do with this. So we really have to let the RCMP continue doing what they do well.
Chris, I want to ask you about that because people watching this morning have probably read some of those social media posts. And you're right. They, in an information vacuum, I have learned that people begin to fill it in with their own detective work and their own sleuthing and trying to put together clues on their own. What kind of a challenge does that kind of attention bring to a case like this?
Well, it certainly brings attention to it, and bringing attention to it at times isn't a bad thing because it may generate some tips from the public. But, it's really a lot of pushing the RCMP into a corner in terms of trying to get them to say X or Y about who they suspect or what they suspect. And that's not fair to them. They just need to be able to do what they do without that sort of pressure on them. At the same time, it's putting pressure on people because, folks are saying, well, when she said this, when he said that, they're pointing fingers and maybe towards very innocent people. So in fairness to them and the RCMP, that we just need to back off on that and let things happen.
One of the things, Chris, that comes up as well is the fact that if this story perhaps had happened in a bigger center, one of the major, Montreal, Calgary, Toronto, Vancouver, this would be a story that would be headlines every day. 2 young children disappeared without a trace, a massive investigation, yet it doesn't seem to have that kind of attention here in Canada. Is it because of the smaller community? Like, what would your insight to that be?
Well, I think it would be this because of the smaller community. As we know, the news cycle and the number of news outlets in a place like the Greater area are just, so much bigger and more powerful than the smaller arm in the Eastern Canada. So that certainly is part of it. Down there, I know people in Nova Scotia that, they're very, very touched by this.
Yeah.
But there's a very small population there comparatively. So it doesn't seem to be receiving the same amount of interest, which is sad in many, many ways, and in reality in others, I suppose.
Chris, what are you watching for in the next couple of days?
Well, I'm waiting for the RCMP to make some sort of an announcement that they've either located the children or they've made an arrest. They're really looking at the who, what, where, when around all of this and following tips and leads. And I think that big piece of that is a big machine that's happening without us seeing it. And that's the way it should be. But I think we'll hear something from them in the days to come.
Chris Lewis, CTV public safety analyst and former OPP commissioner. Always great to have your insights. Thank you.
You too. Good morning. Take care.
Yeah, you take care too.
If you like that video, make sure to subscribe to the Your Morning YouTube feed, where you can find all kinds of new content posted every weekday morning.
All right, so there's that one to start with. Hold on here. That's what I'm hoping for too, Alicia, something. It's just it's been too long. There's nothing either. This is crazy. It doesn't make sense. Sorry, guys. All right, now 1 minute. Where's that? Excuse me. Where is it at? Just had it up here right before I went to pull that up. Now it's gone. Jeez. Bear with me, guys. I'm not very technically good at this sometimes. What happened here? Wow, there's so many people that are covering this now. Wild as it is. Okay. Welcome, Raquel. Okay, CBC News put this out 2 days ago. Here you go, you guys. Sorry about the delay.
It's been 2 weeks since 2 young children vanished without a trace in rural Nova Scotia. Here's everything we know about what's happened since their disappearance. Around 10 a.m. on the morning of May 2nd, 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, told CBC the siblings were out sick and not at school on Thursday and Friday. He said he believed the children must have gone outside through the sliding back door sometime Friday morning.
When we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
Nova Scotia RCMP said they believed the children wandered away from their home and there was no evidence of abduction. That morning, a vulnerable missing person advisory was issued in Pictou County, and the organized search for the kids began in the heavily wooded area surrounding the family home. Volunteers searched through the night. More than 100 people were called in to help. Helicopters, drones, and police dogs were also part of the search. On Saturday, May 3rd, officials were optimistic the children would be found.
It's a huge wooded area with lots of potential. So we're just keeping all avenues open and ensuring we're covering off the entire area with a very structured search.
Around 5:30 that night, RCMP issued a wider alert to Pictou County and surrounding areas. On Saturday, the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, spoke to CTV News. She said she was hopeful and that she just wanted the kids home. The search continued on Sunday, May 4th. The children's stepfather said he wanted authorities to monitor the New Brunswick border and nearby airports in case the children were abducted. Meanwhile, 160 searchers were out looking for the children despite rainy conditions. On Monday, May 5th, police and rescue agencies continued searching, going at all hours. RCMP said searchers had located what could have been a footprint on Saturday and expanded the search effort in that area. That night, 4 drones with thermal imaging technology were used to look for heat signatures in the woods. Tuesday, May 6th marked 5 days since the children went missing. A Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson said in an update that the case remained a missing persons investigation.
Police are pursuing all investigative avenues, and there's a variety of teams involved who are applying the tools and the skills and the expertise needed to locate and bring Lilly and Jack home.
McCann wouldn't say if there had been any sign of the children. The children's stepfather told CBC that after the disappearance, the children's mother left the area to be with her family in another part of the province and blocked him on social media.
My mother had to kick some people off the property because they were saying that I did it. I had something to do with it. And I'm the only one here fighting for them, which is sad.
The children's maternal grandmother told the Canadian press the family was hoping and praying for the children to come home. On Wednesday, May 7th, Nova Scotia RCMP announced it would scale back the search for the missing kids.
We're not packing up, and we're not giving up. Our investigation is broad, and it won't end until we know where Lilly and Jack are and can bring them home.
McKinnon said there hadn't been any confirmed sightings of the children, and survivability was unlikely.
If we thought they were alive right now, we'd still be out there.
He said the searchers covered a 5.5 square kilometer area, roughly the size of Halifax's downtown, that was heavily wooded.
I'm absolutely exhausted at this point after going through 6 days of virtual hell. It's absolutely crazy.
On Thursday, May 8th, the RCMP packed up its command center in Lansdowne Station and searchers left the area. Martel told CBC he spoke with investigators from the Major Crime Unit in Stellarton earlier in the week. He said he willingly handed over his phone to police and investigators searched the home. Martel said he also asked for a polygraph test.
I just want to clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
RCMP declined to say whether a polygraph would be administered. Meanwhile, a makeshift memorial was set up at the nearby Stellarton RCMP detachment.
In a news release on Tuesday, May 13th, Nova Scotia RCMP said they were continuing to investigate. Police said they were following up on more than 180 tips from the public and had identified 35 people to interview, including community members and those closest to the children. Police also confirmed that an underwater team searched lakes in the area but didn't find anything.
On Thursday, May 15th, RCMP confirmed again that there's been no evidence to suggest the children were abducted. 2 weeks later, on Friday, May 16th, there are still no answers as to what happened to Lilly and Jack Sullivan. Cassidy Chisholm, CBC News, Halifax.
All right. Let me see. Hold on. All right, guys, I'm trying to get this up and loaded. It's doing this slow thing again this morning. Sorry. Here we go. All right. Keeping with what we've been following, Miss Michelle put a new one out this morning. And there we go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Tuesday morning, the 20th of May. In this video, I'm continuing the coverage into the disappearance of 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station, Pictou County, Nova Scotia, Canada. As you know, if you've been following the case, they were reported missing around 10 a.m. by their mother on May 2nd. What I want to do in this video is clarify something that I think a lot of people misunderstood from yesterday's video, which was titled, "Latest Search for Lilly and Jack Sullivan is Over." Some people thought that was clickbait. No. So we're going to talk about that. But I'm going to try and clarify what that search has looked like behind the scenes since May 2nd. Let's go. Quick reminder on what has happened so far. So again, they reported missing around 10 a.m. on May 2nd, which was a Friday. Lilly and Jack had not been in school the Thursday, and then, of course, the Friday, because Lilly had a cough. School was out on Wednesday, so the
I agree,
last time we know anybody saw Lilly and Jack, apart from family, was Tuesday afternoon when they got off the school bus. There was an interview, I covered it in a video on this channel, from Mr. Ward, who is the bus driver. He was the last person we know of outside of the family to see them when they got off the bus at the end of their drive. Now, there may have been other people that the RCMP are aware of, but we are not aware of that. Okay. May 7th, so 6 full days of searching, if you include May 2nd, RCMP said that they were scaling down the search in favour of more targeted searches. So they're not going to stop searching, but they're going to target their searches, but in favour of an investigative approach. May 8th and 9th, there was targeted searching of waterways, including Lansdowne Lake, which didn't reveal any evidence as we know about. And then there was nothing. Everything went quiet until May 17th, when 115 searchers from a variety of different organizations did a 2-day search. This is this weekend, 17th and 18th. And that's what I talked about in yesterday's video. That ended. The latest search for Lilly and Jack ended. It was over. It doesn't mean the investigation's over. And I think that's what people perhaps misunderstood. That particular search might be over because the majority of people in those search organizations are volunteers. So they have jobs, they have lives, they can't go out every single day. It's just too arduous, and they won't have the manpower for that every single day. However much they want to carry on, they can't. But the RCMP are paid for this. This is what their job is, right? But once you get over that initial first few days, when they are hoping that they're able to recover Lilly and Jack alive, they throw everything at it. There was 160 searchers out on a daily basis, including police and a whole bunch of search and rescue. And that included ground searches, dogs, drones, the helicopter, etc., etc., etc. But once they conclude that this is now a recovery rather than a rescue, that's when those many resources that they're using is scaled back, is scaled right back. Again, it's all about resources. Okay, I did read this yesterday, but let me just remind you what the RCMP have said. This is a press release from them about the weekend search. Via RCMP, ground and air search efforts were conducted May 18th, so May 17th and May 18th, Pictou County, as the missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan continues. More than 115 volunteer searchers from Colchester, East Hants, Eastern Shore, Halifax. People have told me how to say this. Right, am I saying this right? Musquodoboit. Have I said that right? Musquodoboit. Let me know. Musquodoboit Valley, Pictou County, Pugwash, Spring Hill, Strait Area, Valley, and West Hants. Ground Search and Rescue and the Civil Air Guard Rescue Association focused on specific areas around Gaylord Road. So Lilly and Jack live on Gaylord Road, in an effort to locate Lilly and
Welcome,
Jack
Brandy.
and
Good to
advance
see you
the
there.
RCMP investigation. The search was supported by Nova Scotia Public Safety Field Communications and EHS Emergency Preparedness Special Operations. The search follows a large-scale air and ground search that began on May 2nd and was scaled back on May 7th in favour of more specific searches. And this is a quote from Sergeant Curtis McKinnon from the Pictou County District RCMP. We extend our sincere appreciation to the search and rescue volunteers who have selflessly given up over 10,000 hours of their time, so that's collectively, obviously, since the search began. Their tireless commitment in truly grueling conditions is appreciated by both the RCMP and the greater community. The woods are bad, they're treacherous. There's a lot of areas where there's downed trees from the hurricane that went through a couple of years ago. It's just full of flies and ticks. You know, the searchers were getting covered in ticks. The dogs would have been covered in ticks. Just really bad. And the terrain is, you know, there's some vertical drops. And you might think, well, how on earth have Lilly and Jack got anyways at all through those woods? Well, I guess you would say not all of the woods are like that. Right? There's some trails in there. There'll be deer tracks and stuff. If Lilly and Jack are used to playing in those woods and walking in those woods, and we know they are because Daniel, their stepdad's built like forts for them and little dens and things. But I think those are right near their property, like just on the edge of the woods. But if they're used to walking in those woods, then they're probably going to be able to get somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they're on the property. I don't think they have been for a while. I kind of have my own theory on this at this point. I explained it to the moderators the other night. Based on things I've seen and heard, I kind of have a feeling on this. So
at least. And you've got to entertain the possibility that they could have walked out of the search area, either through the woods or via the road. You see, one of the things that concerns me is that as far as we know, there's no dog tracks. Like the live scent tracker dogs have not been able to track Lily and Jack in those woods. That really concerns me because, all right, if a track is on an artificial surface, and I talk about this a lot in various videos on
Thank you,
different
Paula.
cases. If a track is laid on an artificial surface like concrete, tarmac, etc., that scent dissipates very quickly because there's nothing for that scent to hold on to. So it just gets blown about. It might pool in certain areas, but it gets blown about. So it's difficult for a dog to track on an artificial surface after a few hours. On a natural surface, however, like grass, mud, then that scent has got the ability to bed in and it should last for days. The longest ever known successful track that I can find is 13 days, and that was a bloodhound who tracked 2 hikers and found them. Unfortunately, 13 days was too much and they were found deceased, but at least their bodies were located so that they could be laid to rest and their families would get them back and closure. 13 days. Now, Lily and Jack, the dogs were out within the first few hours, certainly within the first 24 hours. There were dogs out there. Probably less than 24 hours. And apparently, they tracked them down the drive, but nothing else. So if they went into the woods, like through the back of the property, how come the dogs haven't tracked them there? That really, really concerns me. I can't stress how much that concerns me. Now, was there tracks and we don't know about? Possibly. There's a reason why RCMP think that they wandered away and they weren't abducted. There's a reason for that. We don't know what that reason is. We don't know how much they are considering foul play. I think abduction is really not that likely. I mean, it's possible. It's not that likely in that area. Certainly stranger abduction will be an absolute fluke.
I'll be honest with you guys. At this point, I think they were missing quite a bit longer than they've claimed that they were missing. Couple, like I said, and like it's been stated, they were last seen, their last proof of life was Tuesday night by somebody besides the family. I think that's important to realize. So truly, it could be Tuesday night. They could have went missing. Who knows what happened for sure. That's all I'm saying. That's not a fact, not proven, not verified, but I just think it's been longer than the time they said.
If that had happened, is it possible? Yes, of course it is. Yes, it happens that somebody's just in the wrong place at the wrong time when a monster is prowling. Of course it happens. But I think it's way more likely.
Good point.
Either that they have wandered away and the RCMP are right to follow that line of inquiry, or there's foul play involved.
Right.
And the
that's why I say that,
inconsistencies from the parents, I've got a problem with it. I've got a problem with them saying that they were missing 20 minutes when on the dispatch audio it says it was seen at 8 a.m.
Otherwise, what are the details? Have they been gone a long time? 0800.
2 hours before the 911. It also concerns me that we don't even know if anybody saw them from Tuesday evening. They could have been missing for 2 days, 3. They could have been missing for that long.
I'm glad you're okay, Matt.
Something could have happened to them and just decided to ring in Friday morning. I don't know why. I said from the outset, something's not right here. There's something else. We don't know. I don't think RCMP are going to tell us what information they've got because they're pretty tight-lipped. So we have to try and piece things together, and that's why we get all these different theories and speculations. But
that's why I struggle with it too, SRB.
This is what I want to get to here. The weekend search will be carefully reviewed and assessed by investigators and search managers to help in planning any further ground and earth searches. So it doesn't say there will be more, but in planning any further. So possibly, if they feel that there's a need to, they'll organise maybe targeted searches in certain areas. Now, what will they be reviewing? They'll be reviewing the drone footage. We know that there was drone operators out there. They'll be reviewing that very carefully. Now, look, looking on the ground from above in that area is difficult in those woods because there's a lot of down trees. There's blockages in the site. I don't think it would be any stretch to imagine that if Lilly and Jack are in those woods, that a drone wouldn't see them. But they're going to review all of that footage. They're going to review the maps. They're going to look at gaps where hasn't been covered. They're going to look at statistically how far they think Lilly and Jack could have got. They've probably done that already, to be fair. We know that the initial search was more to the west. They covered, in those 6 days, they covered 5.5 square kilometres, which is 3.4 square miles, gives a radius of approximately a mile if it was a perfect circle from the house. However, it's not a perfect circle. They concentrated more on the west, I think, because of the tracks they found on the natural gas pipe. But a dog didn't get a track from that. So, again, concerns me about these dogs. Anyway, I tried to put this graphic together. This is very simplified, just to show in any missing persons investigation like this, there's two strands, there's two parallel strands to the search. So May 2nd to May 7th, this is inclusive, major ground and air search, throwing every resource they've got, hoping to recover Lilly and Jack alive. There is an investigation, so in the first few days, you might be interviewing the parents, the people closest to the children. You'll contact their school, probably interview the teachers, the bus driver. We know that 35 formal interviews have been conducted. We know that from an update from the other day. So that's a lot. The parents have probably been interviewed more than once. You know, the police have been back to Daniels and they've been searching the property numerous times. But it's the major ground and air search that takes the precedence. But that investigation starts immediately. The interviews, collecting any surveillance cameras, footage, anything like that. Right, that's all done very early on. So end of May 7th, that's the cutoff point where they said they were scaling back the ground and air search. They did the targeted searches of waterways though, and then that was it. That was it for searching. However, what they would have done is stepped up the investigation. So the main focus, as from then, would have been the investigation. So that's reviewing everything, that's doing more interviews, all of that stuff is all investigative. And then that continues, that doesn't stop, that just carries on. New leads, all of that stuff will be combined in the investigation. And then, as we know, May 17th and 18th, there was the targeted ground and air search that we've just seen, targeted to some specific areas where they hadn't covered already. So they'll have looked at the maps from May 2nd to May 7th and noticed that there's areas that they missed, or there might be particular areas of interest that a drone has picked up and they want to go and look at that. But they didn't get anything. They didn't get any evidence whatsoever. A big question mark. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but this investigation continues. This will continue. This arrow will only get thinner and thinner as leads dry up. Once they've done all the investigation they can and cleared every lead,
that's a great point,
that
Moonlight.
arrow gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's just a slither. And once it's a slither, it might peter out to nothing eventually. And that's when a case becomes cold. Sadly, that's what's happened in Sebastian Rogers' case in Tennessee. It's what's happened in the Summer Wells case, again, Tennessee, and happens in many missing persons investigations, sadly. Leads become a trickle and then none. Hopefully, in Lilly and Jack's case,
we haven't heard from either
don't
one of
get
them,
there,
sadly.
and Lilly and Jack are located.
The mother
hopefully
and his
sooner
brother that
rather
lived on
than
the property
later,
should have
and
spoke
then
up,
the
but they
bodies,
haven't
at
yet.
least we'll be able to tell the story of what might have happened to them. Or there's a break in the case, like a lead comes in that breaks the case wide open, or someone cracks. If somebody has done something to them, somebody cracks. But hopefully that's clarified a little bit of what goes on behind the scenes. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
You find it.
All right. And that's true too, Alicia. Good stuff. I don't know, Terry. Welcome. That's a good question, but once again, no idea. Let's see here. All right, so this came out yesterday. It said that the ground search for the missing kids was ending as of yesterday for now. There's nothing new in here, sadly. Let's see. It's weird that here's the thing with this case, guys, is there's nothing. Like, there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing pointing to anything. It's very strange. 2 weeks after the young siblings vanished by the trace, experts are pointing to anomalies in what they say is unprecedented case that deviates from a typical missing. Yes, definitely. There's no clues leading to anything. Nothing. That's the insane part to this. Mama D, welcome. Good to see you. Well, he's even been hiding from the media at this point too, Moonlit. I don't know if he's just over, the crazy things that have been said about him, or what else is going on. I don't know. Nothing here, but I will tell you, let me see something here. Let me try this. Hasn't done anything. He updated his picture on the 4th of May, but he hasn't put anything else in here. He hasn't changed his relationship status. He hasn't done anything on here. That's it. But let's see. Sorry, 1 second. We'll check their Facebook page. Don't see anything new. I think they should look at the neighbor. I was thinking about that last night. The neighbor that made the big deal about the party. I think they should take a look at her just because. You know what I mean? I was thinking about that. Like, she came out, made a statement, pointing away from her, you know? I gathered that, Mama D. I've seen that. It's crazy. I did moonlit, and there was only that one guy that showed up, but there's no proof they had him living there, but then nobody knows if he's like they haven't seen him. That when he was released, that he moved over in that area, but then nobody's seen him. So that's the last thing I saw on that. Yeah, that's what I said. I think he moved. I still wonder. I know it's all speculation, but being that the scent stopped in the driveway. Hey, Stitch, it's good to see you. I wonder if they ended up in a vehicle that left that driveway at some point. Oh, no, I understood, Mama D. That kind of goes in play with my theory, you guys. The way the dogs hit the driveway and then stopped, it made me start wondering if those kids were in a vehicle that left the driveway at some point. In turn, the scent stopped. And I was just, just a thought. There's nothing new in here either. Yeah, there is a large culvert. I'm sure they checked that, I'm sure. And I don't think they can get through there. Though they are little. Nothing new, nothing new. Right. That was kind of my point. She didn't know there were kids there. She's saying all these negative things. Maybe they need to look at her. Who knows? I've seen Stranger Things, somebody that doesn't have children, that wants children, that just takes them for herself, hides them out, and points in other directions when you're talking to her. I wouldn't put it past anybody. I've seen Stranger Things. No, there's nothing here. Nothing new. That's a good point too, Yvonne. You never know. I'm starting. Like I said, I've trusted in what the stepfather has said. I haven't had any issues with him, but it's hard to say that at the same time as saying that I still question the timeline of when they actually went missing. That's my biggest issue. So if you're nosy enough to say that they had a party, then she knew there was kids. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said I think maybe they need to look at her. You never know. I've seen crazier things happen, you guys. Maybe she grabbed the kids. She was driving by, saw them standing in the driveway or something, called them over. You never know. There's crazy people out here. They want their own children. They can't have them sometimes. It's happened before. She could have them in her house, feeding them candy and or whatever, and just giving them something to do. And you'd never know it. Just saying. I don't like making speculative, statements that way that are that strong, but she really did came out right. She's only one of the neighbors or people that live in that area that came up right away and was making accusatory statements about some big old party, and she lied about it too. That's the other thing. That's what bugged me. Let's see here. I've been wondering that. I truly have. I've been wondering that. Like I said, I started thinking about that the other day. Alicia pointed out to me that what she stated about that whole party thing was not the truth. So then I'm wondering why would you say that if it's not true? You know? That makes sense too. I don't think they woke up till the baby woke them up. Then they noticed the kids were gone. Yeah. I don't know. That's interesting too, Fizzy. But there was only a couple people at this party. Literally, there was only like one or two cars there, besides the cars that belong there. That's why I started questioning that neighbor. Like, why would you make something like that up? Stating that there were cars all the way out to the road, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I question everything, you guys. I want this to be over with. I don't want this to turn into a Sebastian Rogers, Summerwell situation again. Or Dylan Ayler. It just doesn't need to, okay? It's ridiculous at this point. And another thing that scares me too is that the little boy Jack, it says in a post I had read, Jack is scheduled for several important procedures, including a tracheotomy, a breathing tube in his throat, and a feeding tube in his stomach. A plastic surgeon will be performing facial reconstruction, and due to how severely his jaw was broken, they'll need to wire it shut. Lilly shared that Jack had a tough day. He struggled with stimulation and his heart rate dropped. So the doctors have placed no visit, ordered him as calm as stable as possible ahead of the surgery. He's still not responsive, and we are in waiting period to see how his brain is healing. It's a lot, and it's very hard, but Lilly made it clear there is still hope. This is not a lost cause. Please continue to send your prayers, love, and support. Every kind thought. Wait a minute. What the hell? Message and donation means more than we can express. What the hell is this all about? That's where I don't understand this. It's on their page, Alicia. That's why I don't understand. It's on the Jack and Lily Sullivan page. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's on their page. Yeah, that's really strange. Unless somebody posted in the wrong place. Missing Lilly and Jack Sullivan discussion and updates. That's where I pulled that from. That's crazy. Yeah, hold on a minute. I'll show it to you. Here, watch. Sorry. Okay. Now, look. See it? Missing Lilly Jack discussion, blah, blah, blah, so on and so forth. Now, down here. And here it's posted right here. Right in the middle of these other posts. See? Update on Jack from Lilly's latest post, Kristen Lee Fogel. And that's where it all came from. And I was like, what the hell is this? Like, it looks like somebody may have posted something in the wrong place or something. Then the next one is them. And then the one before that is them. See it? It's right in the middle of these two. That's so weird. I'm thinking, what in the hell is this? I think somebody posted in a wrong chat or something. I clicked into the search group, I thought. Up here. I went up here. Let me go to the very top again. Right there. I clicked into that one. Right here. I thought. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, Lord. I probably screwed up somewhere. It's my fault. It's okay. Just ignore what I just said. I'm still a little bit technically low, so I'm in it now. Okay, Alicia. There it is right there. I wonder if all the neighbor's property was checked. That, I'm telling you, they need to check that neighbor. They really need to check on that neighbor, in my opinion. I don't know, you guys. She always does, SRB. You know she calls me out. She likes calling me out. She's trying to make me look like a fool. Just kidding. Just kidding. Alicia loves me. I know she does. It's okay. And I her. No, that was my. I thought I was clicked it. I thought I had clicked it. I must have backed out of it then. Not yet. Not yet. It's my fault. I just said that. So yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It is absolutely Alicia or SSRB. This is really bugging me. I want an answer to this one, folks. Oh boy, do I want an answer to this one. I do think that maybe police do have an idea on this one, maybe. And they're just kind of playing their cards until they get what they need, I guess. They have to have they have to have information, of course. Nope. Nothing here. This is sad. It's really bugging me. Anyway. Sorry for my mistake too, by the way, Reed. I don't know I thought I clicked inside that thing, and I obviously didn't. So, oh, hey there, Mama Bear. How are ya? And there's nothing new there either. Okay, well, it's just very sad, all of it. Very sad. I wish something would come from this soon. Just something. Okay, let's see where we're moving on to next here. All right. You're okay. That's good. All right, guys. Let's see. Where do we go now? Okay. All right. Where's it at now? There was something that came up. See, they're looking at things they probably shouldn't be. And it has no bearing on this case, in my opinion. Somebody put out a video that said, is one of the parents from a troubled home? Okay. Even if he or she is, who cares? That's not going to find the kids. You know what I'm saying? That has no bearing. And here we go. Just like with Sebastian's case, here we go. It's ridiculous. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Why we're pointing at that when we're looking for two kids. It's goofy to me. Goofy, goofy, goofy. Goofy goober. Goofy goober. Goofy goober goober. Okay, so I did have somebody sent to me. Hold on here. Something I thought was kind of interesting. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, Brandy B. I have friends who live in Maritime, so I messaged him to see what they're hearing. Oh, that'd be awesome to hear, Mama D. Awesome. Yes, that's true. That is true. Forgive the typos. Well, you're okay, Satiric. We can figure it out. We do very well at that. No worries. Well, that's true, though. The one thing that I'll tell you right now, that the mother's story on that case, guys, I can't get past her. I've tried. I can't get past her interview and the way that she talks. And then for, how she says, be safe out there, Tomboy. The way she says that they were outside, but we didn't know it at the time and we didn't hear them, but they went out the door. It's like, what are you? And then they changed it to the fact that they heard the slide door opening. It's like, what are you doing? It's weird. It's very weird. All right. Agreed, Raquel. Thank you for joining us today, by the way. I've been seeing people going left and right talking about ridiculous stuff in Idaho. Talking about there being a plea deal. Where did this come from? Come on. Hang on. So many different things. Oh, and then this update came through. By the way, hold on. I saw that too. I was going to bring that up too, Tomboy. So the Karen Reed thing, I don't know if anybody's been following up with that at all. News Nation put an update out about Higgins. I forgot to show you guys this real quick. There's a quick clip from that.
If you've been following the Karen Reed case like I have, every night I do a recap on my Drop Dead Serious podcast. So
Welcome, Clifton.
take a look. You may be forgiven if you feel like you are rewatching an old movie. But like any old movie rewatch, if you pay close enough attention, you actually pick up on things you missed the first time round. Or in Karen Reed's case, stuff that everybody missed the first time round. Take Brian Higgins, for example. He's an ATF agent with deep ties to the Canton police. He was at the house party where John O'Keefe was found frozen in the snow back in 2022. He also exchanged some pretty steamy text messages with John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, before John O'Keefe was killed. If you believe Karen's lawyers, he was part of a cover-up. That police officers at that party killed John O'Keefe and then staged him out on the lawn to make it look like Karen hit him with her SUV. And I get it, murder conspiracies involving police officers, it seems pretty far-fetched, except for the little piece of surveillance video in the trial that just opened a Pandora's box of WTF. The night that John O'Keefe died, Brian Higgins told investigators that he left the party and that he went to the Canton PD to help move some cars because of the big snowstorm that was coming. And he told them that he wasn't on his phone with anybody at 1:30 in the morning, that any calls must have been butt dials. So you can imagine the surprise in the courtroom when a clip of surveillance video was played showing Brian Higgins at the Canton PD on his phone in the dark of night. Mrs. Karen's lawyer, Alan Jackson, grilling one of the lead investigators about that very issue.
If we can go ahead and play this. Stop. Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain.
Does it appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay, if we go ahead and play this through. Pause. Does it appear from this video that the person has anything in his hand?
I really can't tell.
What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Usually when I have something illuminating by my face, it's actually a phone. It would really be great to get a look at the forensic records on Agent Brian Higgins' phone, to see who he was calling that late at night. But nobody can do that because Agent Brian Higgins ditched that phone and trashed the SIM card just after John's death. Curious, I know. And any data that the cops have from his phone came from Agent Brian Higgins himself, the honor system. As for the reason that he was in the hoodie, walking through the police station, he said he was there to move cars. But the video shows him walking around in hallways and doing something entirely different, as well as moving a mysterious bag from one vehicle over to his own car. It's pretty snowy night. Very, very snowy night. One of the worst blizzards they'd ever had, but you can clearly see it wasn't moving cars. It looked like he had a big bag that he was moving into his car. So again, just very curious stuff. And if all of this looks new to you, me too. This didn't make it into the first trial. So what's in the bag? And what was Agent Higgins doing at the cop shop that night on his phone at 1:30 a.m.? Maybe this is the reason that prosecutors decided not to call him in their case in chief this time round. But that does not mean that Karen's lawyers won't call him. So I'd stay tuned on that one.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news.
That was kind of interesting, I thought. Kind of interesting. Just saying. Just saying. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw the oh, hold on, man. The video put out hold on. About hang on. Sorry, I'm not speaking right today. Nope. Yeah. There was a video put out, I think Drunk Turkey put it out, where's it at? Oh, wait a minute. It was good God. That's not it. Andrew Garrett. The Andrew Garrett video. Did anybody see that by chance? Let's see. He basically, Drunk Turkey interviewed Andrew Garrett. And then, based on what I caught, he basically agreed with Cy. Thought that was kind of interesting. Hang on a minute. All right, I'm going to show you a clip, guys, on this here. Hold on. One moment, please. Yeah, no, I understand. Somebody sent me a clip and said to check this out and check this part. Here we go.
For these million phones that we just analyzed,
all right,
996,000 of them got shut off in the last 24 hours and turned back on. That somehow all that's nefarious. It's just nonsense. Like, none of that is relevant. Now, it's different if you said, okay, somebody shut off a phone, and then when they turn back on the phone, during the time it was off, there's call records that show a call was made. Somebody's going to have some explaining to do when the phone was off, right?
Yeah.
But absent that, it's kind of just irrelevant. 7 minutes is not like, I mean, people know their phone's tracked. I mean, we all do. We all know that at least you could tell what cell tower it's communicating with. And then there is other engineering data sets. We call them timing advanced data. And there's a problem with that. And there's a problem with the way this is getting presented too. And I can explain it to you. This is I think you'll like this. Okay. So let's say you're in a factory. Me and you are, right?
Yeah.
And I got you. And you're on one factory line, and I'm over here, and I'm just monitoring the cookie pans that come across. Okay. Dave gets cookie pan 1, and Joe gets the other, and Tracy gets third. This is how cell phone data works. You have a channel, and everybody's data is going together, but you get a frame. This is called a frame. Your data actually only occupies part of the frame. Okay. It's that big. The frame's wide, your data is little. Your data is your call, voice call, text, whatever. It's all carried over data. Okay. Over here, Dan is over here, and you're watching this, and you see how the data shifted a little to the left, a little to the right. You know what that tells you? The timing over here is incorrect. I need to either speed up or slow down.
Okay.
Okay. Then you yell at me, hey, add +2. So I take my dial and I turn it up, and this could be, let's say, a cookie dropper, and it's dropping cookies in the middle of a pan in a factory.
Right.
Okay. If the cookie dropper goes further away, there's a delay before it hits the pan. It's going to shift over, right? That's the same delay you get when you're driving away from a cell tower. There's a delay in your signal getting to you. So the uplink and downlink have to match. So you yell across the factory, +2. I turn my little dial, +2. But I don't tell you I did +2. I just stand there and say nothing and look at you. And you yell +5, and I move it +5. Okay? You said +2, then you said +5. Then you say +30. I don't hear you. I didn't get the transmission. You know why? Cellular has a 3 to 15% loss in data.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't get it. And then you yell at me again because I'm still off, right? You're seeing it's coming across, and I'm way over here, and I need to be shifted back towards the center. You tell me +30 again. See what happens? My timing advance at the cell tower now says 2 + 5 + 30. I'm at 37. Okay.
Yeah.
If I accepted everything, you're at 37 here. But if I missed one, my accumulator now shows +7 because there's no acknowledgement. So timing advance is not designed to find location, because what they're doing is they're taking the speed of light. They're doing a calculation saying based on the delay says you're 1.5 miles out from the cell tower.
All right.
That's based off this thing being correct. It can't be correct. There's so much loss out in the network. It's not correct. Because there's not a two-way check. I don't say, hey, you say, Dan says +2, and I go, I got you, +2. I change it.
Yeah.
You say me +2. If I don't receive it, you still think I adjusted by +2. And the reason, and people say, well, the timer,
Welcome, Miss Jenna.
timing advance that's coming across, if it's not shifted correctly, then you must have not received the +2, Andrew. No. It could be the fact that I'm just driving further away from the cell tower.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was going to say.
To give you an idea, we have a case right now, and the FBI is about to
hang
be
on.
surprised, because not only do they have the timing advance so far off, they got them backwards. Verizon sent a letter saying, hey, guess what? The timing advance from the connection tower and the disconnection tower, we got them backwards.
All right, now he's going to put an opinion out, I was told, about Cy Ray here. I didn't get the preview. This is somebody just sent and said, watch this. So, all right.
So for Cy Ray, I think the problem is he spent a long time supporting law enforcement. I do believe he's a smart guy. I think he's got their secrets. Is clearly, I saw his affidavit. He knows their secrets. He knows that he's basically, to me, and this is just my opinion, this is unsupported. This is not fact. But the way I look at this is this. He's basically tipping his hand just enough to say, I know all your secrets. Keep playing with me, and I'll dump them all on the street.
Right.
And that's what I think.
In the sense I got.
So, first off, he's admitting that they're secrets by saying that, okay? So there's that, first off.
Yeah, I have a sense that he's saying that. And we that have been doing this a long time, we know those same secrets. But if you dump them on the street, it's not a gentleman's game at the card table.
Right.
It's now going to be dirty pool, and they're going to come after you with everything guns blazing. Right. And I say that's something you don't want. You want to keep it professional at all times. You know, I know a lot of the government secrets. I mean, I literally have former people that worked for CAST and everything else like that have written me long, lengthy letters about stuff and problems they've had, and issues they've had with the evidence. But I'm not going to dump that on the street. There's no sense in it. Let's keep it to the science. Let's keep it above board, and let's do our jobs.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is. Size in a situation, I think now that what he needs to do is explain the science behind timing advance. Unfortunately, is you can read on the bottom of T-Mobile or AT&T or Verizon's disclaimers, they will not testify to it. They won't explain to you how it works, and they won't stand behind it. That's because it's not designed to determine distance from a tower.
Interesting.
It was designed to correct timing problems in communication, not to measure distance. The distance part had to do with the calculation the FBI wanted done.
So if the phone has like the capabilities of giving you exact timing with GPS and things of that nature, why do you think law enforcement still uses these tactics?
No. That's a different set of data. That data is only kept on the phone.
Right,
so without
right.
the phone, they don't have that. All they have is the network data.
Right, but they got Brian Koberger's
GPS.
phone.
None of what we talked about is GPS.
Right, no, I
GPS
understand that.
chipset. Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is they got Brian Koberger's phone. Why are they still sticking to this versus his GPS data on his phone? What would make you
It
think
may not be on? If it was turned off, then you got no data.
Perfect.
And that happens a
good
lot.
answer.
Like we get cases all the time where we look at the case and we're like, let's get the phone. We get the phone and there's no GPS data on it at all. I'm stone cold dead in the water. No, if somebody took a photo or something that had GPS embedded inside of it, think about this. If I send you a photo on my iPhone, I got the new 16 Pro last week. If I take a 16 Pro iPhone and send you a photo I took to your phone and you save it locally, one could look at your phone and say, hey, you were at the place I took the photo, date and time, because they don't know the difference. You can't tell which phone it was taken on. You just know it was taken on an iPhone 16 Pro. So it's very easy to get things wrong based on GPS embedded inside of like a photo. Now, if you have stuff like Waze or Life 360, any of that stuff like that, but you know, Verizon Track Navigator, something like that. That's data you're not only collecting on the phone because it's talking to 3, 5, or 7 satellites in outer space, and it's taking the timing of those, which it knows the timing.
Whoever
from
sent it
checking the
to me,
internet. It's
stated that this explanation backs up Cy Ray's thing. I don't quite get it. Sorry.
syncs them all together and gives you a fixed position, right?
Hey, Heather.
Then if you take that data is either stored on the phone sometimes or it's stored in the cloud, like Google. If you go to google.com/locate or google.com/takeout, you can download your location data and you can see where you've driven to, right?
Yeah.
It'll show you that.
Welcome,
but
LL
if the phone
and Willard.
GPS is not on, none of that's happening. All those apps are dead. They're not working.
Interesting. Well, I know that they have certain apps like Strava that gave some GPS location and stuff like that based off the warrant. So we'll see. But it sounds like to me that he probably had a lot of those things turned off while he was doing his thing, due to the fact that they're using this instead of GPS location.
Most people don't have their GPS turned on, so that's a good excuse. That's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, I don't quite see where that backed up raised a right state size theory. My apologies. Though I don't know. But anyway, thank you though to the person that sent it to me. I do appreciate you're trying very much. Let's see here. What do we have here? One second. Yeah, right, Willie. Right. Everybody's throwing out. There was a plea deal. My plea is that all these people stop saying ridiculous things. That's my plea deal. If anybody would like to give it to me. Let me see. Show. Let's see here. Oh, yes, this was the new one we were supposed to review. I forgot yesterday. Show, folks. Let's see what nonsense we can debunk here. Anymore, that's basically what we've been doing with these, is debunking the ridiculous smear that they put out. Sometimes there's some stuff that makes sense.
Excuse me, and we're not going to divulge who made that call. So they came here together. It was made from the roommate's call, or phone, excuse me.
And now, like it says, way back then they did this, and they weren't going to put that out. It's out now, so I don't know what the secret was, but okay.
And we're not going to divulge who made that call. So they came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together.
Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know, over here.
And I assume noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
And in the end, they died together.
Welcome back. This morning, as we give a voice to victims, we're keeping an eye on an Idaho courtroom where defendant Brian Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, made a court appearance on Thursday. And his defense team is doubling down on their alternate suspect theory. But the judge wants some evidence to back it up.
Additional information there. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do 2 things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And 2, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible. Because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility.
Okay, so the judge wants to see some proof, and then, of course, the state's going to have an opportunity to review what the defense puts forward and then file their response. So the judge set a couple of court dates coming up for that. And so many motions have been under seal, so who knows if we'll get to see this ahead of trial. But, of course, we're watching the docket every day to see what else is filed. Let's talk about this idea in general, though, the idea that someone else did these homicides. Or multiple people did these homicides, maybe not just one person.
Yeah, talk about that. The idea that happened, because that's what happened, obviously.
Let's talk about that defense theory. Let's bring back in our legal experts, Dave Ehrenberg and William Ehlenfeld. Dave, let me begin with you, please. Your thoughts on what the defense is seeking to do here.
Well, when you got nothing, you got to start creating something. I mean, they waited months before they could figure out an alibi for Brian Kohberger, and it was that he was driving alone in the middle of the night looking at stars in his hardtop Hyundai. None of this makes any sense. You might as well just let my Beagle do the closing argument, because they're just throwing anything at the wall. That makes about as much sense as an alternate suspect, right? How do they get Brian Kohberger's DNA on the knife sheath? How do you explain that? Some other guy set him up, planted it there, and then drove off in a Hyundai Elantra, which just happens to be Kohberger's same car. And of course, Kohberger can't explain where he was that night. No witnesses, no alibi for him. It doesn't make any sense. This guy did it. He's going down for it. I respect the defense lawyers for trying what they can, but the judge, you can see, is as skeptical as I am.
Yes. Oh, Dave, tell us how you really feel. Love everything you just said there, especially the part about your adorable dog doing the arguments. You know, I think we would all be here for that. Let me piggyback off of something you shared with, you know, when it's a defense team trying to deal with the bad facts. They've got a lot of bad facts, these attorneys who are representing Mr. Kohberger. William, tell me, we've seen this team launching a rigorous defense for him. It seems like they're leaving no stone unturned. The motions they've filed, I commend these prosecutors for keeping up. I think it's going to be really hard with what they're doing. Could this have anything to do with the state seeking the death penalty? Would there be any repercussions for his defense team if they didn't explore the idea of another suspect? And then if he was convicted and sentenced to death then?
Yeah, that's a great point. And by the way, my Bernie Doodle Bettis might also want to have a crack at this trial in addition to Dave's people. But
yes,
named after Pittsburgh Steeler Jerome Bettis.
Oh, that's
but,
so awesome.
No, when there's a death penalty case, these things, if there were to be a conviction and he were ordered to be sentenced to death, then that's going to be on appeal for quite some time. And at that point in time, new attorneys will be appointed, and it would be the job of those new attorneys to try to pick apart what his current attorneys did wrong. And so
What I'd like to see is Ann put forth a motion now to have the death penalty thrown off the table for the Dateline leak and all the other bullshit that's happened, which was a smear on him. I think that's fair. Anybody else? I think that they should be able to pull that, truly.
they want to make sure they cover all their bases and that they explore every potential theory. And I know at a pretrial hearing in this case early on, Julie, one of Mr. Kohberger's defense attorneys said that they might have an expert who's going to say this crime could not have been committed by just one person, that you needed to have two perpetrators and two weapons. And what the judge is saying now, and I really like this, the judge is saying, look, give this to me in advance of trial. I don't want there to be games played. A quote from the judge is, I don't like surprises. And so the judge is going to allow the defense to submit this under seal. The judge is going to review it and see if it is really admissible evidence or if it's objectionable. And even in that instance, if the defense has tried to get it in and the judge doesn't allow it, that would create an appeal issue for them, and they would be covering their covering themselves. If in fact he's convicted and sentenced to death, they will have at least be able to say that they attempted to offer this alternate offender theory.
William, your insight's so helpful. Thank you for that. And didn't I tell you, you and Dave need to be friends? You're both animal lovers. Love it. We could talk about animals all day long here. I know I could. I love when the animals are watching the show and people send their pictures. And I bet we'll get some this morning after this discussion with you two. All right. So let's turn our attention to something else that came up. This was something that had many talking. It came up in the hearing on Thursday. In reference to the home on King Road that's now been demolished. Apparently there was a model, kind of a mock-up of the home that was made. It's going to be used as an exhibit, but it was referred to as a dollhouse. Take a look.
To the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
I think a better term is simply a model.
Yeah, the judge is right. Model, not a dollhouse. Let's talk about those victims. Let's put our focus on them and what this is going to be like for all of them. Something, as you both know, it just broke my heart when I heard about those two housemates who are surviving roommates of the four beautiful students who were killed, and how the judge said they're going to have a seat, and yes, they're going to be witnesses, but he thinks it's going to be highly unlikely they're ever going to show up in court and be around everybody because of the way that they were treated after this. I know you both are such tremendous advocates for victims and have done so much for the people that you've represented, respectively, in Florida and in West Virginia. And so let's turn our conversation to that. Dave, to you first, please. Your thoughts on this?
Well, the one victim who survived and saw the bushy-eyebrowed killer has been portrayed as
part of the conspiracy to kill her own roommates, and it's outrageous. And I've seen this online where you could have a mountain of evidence, as we do in this case against Brian Kohberger, and still you have his defenders. And I guess they'll believe anything. I have one rule when it comes to people like that online when they comment on my videos. They say, you can say what you want. But my one rule is when.
Does anybody know who this douchebag is so I can figure out his exact name? I'd like to send him an email.
And he's found guilty, I want you to come back and admit that you were wrong, but I'm sure we'll never hear from you again at that point.
Oh, no. See, this is where he's got this backwards. I want to know who this guy is. Never heard this guy before. See, we don't have problems admitting when we're wrong about things. It's the other side, people like this that don't want to do that. So this is a joke. I want to know this guy's name.
Right. You're right, Dave. The online bullies, they pick and choose when they want to attack and who they want to attack, and no consequences, no penalties of perjury for them, no consequences out in a cyber world. But, you know, you and William will keep doing what you're doing, advocating for victims, as you always have. William, what did you think when you heard that the judge said, you know, of course, they will not allow our cameras to film those surviving housemates? We'll just have the audio of what they're saying on the stand to broadcast, and that they probably won't want to sit in the courtroom because of the way that people have treated them.
It made me really sad to hear that. I mean, the trauma that they've been through, they should have the opportunity to, and he's giving them that opportunity to go in the courtroom and to see this process through to the end. That can be therapeutic in many ways, but the fact that they're not potentially going to go in there because of how they've been treated by these keyboard warriors is really sad. It's really disgusting. There is a mountain of evidence in this case. I strongly believe he's going to be convicted, and I hope that those folks will reconsider the positions they've taken, the awful things that they've said online after that. Probably not. I guess I'm skeptical when it comes to folks like that, but it's sad the world we live in that kind of stuff can go on. And I just hope that the survivors, that these folks he's talking about, are able to move on someday and heal as much as possible from what they've experienced.
Well said, William. Thank you. Yeah, we always say, you know, focus on the good people, the encouragers, the healers, the helpers, like Mr. Rogers. William, I know you love that Mr. Rogers reference. He would always say, you know, when I was a little boy, my mother would say, look for the helpers. When you see scary things out there, look for all those good people, and so many wonderful victims advocacy organizations are there to support them. Well, we'll continue following it and leave the discussion here for now. Dave and William are coming with us. I want you to do the same at home, please. And as we go to break, before we go to our next segment, come to your television set. Look at these beautiful children gone far too soon. We want to remember the victims in the Idaho student murders case. Too much focus is on Brian Kohberger. So let's remember Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. These young, bright, sweet people were taken in the most awful way. Our hearts go out to their families and their friends and everyone who loves and misses them so much. We'll be right back.
Yeah, that was more smear campaign. I try to keep track with these, but they've just gotten worse and worse and worse. So let's see here. Now, somebody else told me let's see here. When Steve said they needed someone to be 21 there to call 911, what? That? Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. I think Harsh did he made a good point. Let me say that about this here real quick. Let me see here if I still have it in here. Oh, I see what that person was meaning, because Hirsch did a video on that Garrett too. That's where it was. Okay, here you go, guys. This is what it means. Watch. Let's review this real quick. I'll tell you what. I've been watching Harsh a lot more lately, and he's been making some sense with some of this stuff. So, hello there, all you beautiful people. Jen Seven's in the house. What's happening, Jen? Good to see you. All right, guys. Here we go.
But anyway, like I say, you're looking absolutely amazing. I'm going to get straight into the meat and potatoes because I found this quite funny. I'm horrible, I am. I see certain things that, I kind of have to chuckle myself. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about yesterday. I saw a video that was over on the Inebriated Cock channel. I always get the name of that wrong. You'll have to help me, drunk.
You guys will have to figure that one out. The Inebriated Cock channel. It's a good channel. Love you, Harsh.
Chicken, drunk pigeon, something. I don't know. There's this channel with this guy. I just know that he wears sunglasses inside and he believes Brian Koberger's guilty as fuck. He has a guest on. He has a guest come on, and this guest is Andrew Garrett. And Andrew Garrett is a professional. When I say a professional, I mean he's a professional at talking about himself. That's one of the things he's a professional at. But he's also a professional in the field of digital data, online data, things like that. He knows a lot about a few things. And he's gone on to this show, and he's gone on to the Drunk Turkey show to mainly, I feel, talk about how he's a lot better than the FBI, which was bizarre. Also, that I don't know whether that was a Freudian slip, but Daniel calling an FBI agent retarded. I don't really know what happened there. But anyway, I was by. Point being, Andrew Garrett goes on there and he's talking about the phone data. And he's talking about the fact that Cy Ray was right all along, basically. Cy Ray's, like, don't get me wrong, he doesn't agree with every single thing Cy Ray's done. He was questioned. Daniel, I have to be fair, and Daniel had spoken about this 7-minute situation where there seems to be an issue with the time that the phone goes off, and they're trying the defense are trying to lead people to believe that there is some significance there, and everybody else, obviously the guilt aside, primarily saying, well, that doesn't really matter. And Andrew Garrett did kind of support the notion that that period of time, that shift of time, is not important. Now, I would, and I'm not a professional, I have to admit, I know I look a professional because of my hat and, you know, and my thing over there, because I've got that means I'm a professional. Okay. So when I talk about cloud-based forensics, that means that I know a bit about it. Honestly. So look, he comes forward, he's talking about this data, and I because I'm not a real professional, despite what I just said, my mentality is 7 minutes could be important because that means that there is a window of opportunity to get data. So what data could have been collected in that 7 minutes that means that the data that came after it may be inaccurate or has to be changed? That's just my layman's brain kind of thinking. I could see why someone who is basing what they're talking about on digital data and being able to track people and look at locations and stuff like that, I would consider that 7 minutes is quite a long period of time. And I'll tell you for why, because I know that I can travel down the road. There's a restaurant down the road from me, around sort of, I don't know, 6 miles down the road. It takes me around 10 minutes to drive there if the traffic's not bad. So depending on how fast a vehicle is traveling, and other sort of environmental issues, whether there's cars and, you know, whether there's traffic, whatever. But if it's this time of night, the early hours of the morning, not really anything on the road, and the cars traveling at 60 mile an hour, 70 kilometers an hour, how far is that vehicle going to travel in 7 minutes? But anyway, that's by and by. Again, I'm not a professional. I'm just saying, in my tiny little brain, I look at 7 minutes and think, well, there could be some important relevance to it, because there could have been data collected in there that law enforcement trying to prosecute Brian Kohberger don't want you to know exists. But what Andrew Garrett does say, categorically says, and that is that basically the data that law enforcement would have needed to plot Brian Kohberger's route, that was missing. It just wasn't there. It's not there. There is a lot more things that they need in order to be able to conclude what they were saying in the PCA. So it comes back to this, well, the PCA is now irrelevant, doesn't it? Because how can you turn around and say that a PCA is irrelevant? And I think this is, and I've spoken about this multiple times, you have to conclude that at the point that the PCA was drawn up, and for those of you who don't know what the PCA is, it's the probable cause affidavit. And that is the document that they put in to say, look, there you go. That's what we've got. And we want to arrest this guy for this crime. And that's the evidence that we've got. Now, the question comes is, at the point where that PCA was drawn up and they gave it, did they fucking lie in order to arrest Brian Kohberger for this crime? Let me know down below. Let me know down below if you truly believe that at the point the PCA was written up, did law enforcement truly have probable cause to tie Brian Kohberger to this crime? Because subsequently, that PCA has been deemed irrelevant. Now, why has it been deemed irrelevant? Again, whether you're a guilty or an innocent person, innocent until proven guilty, down the middle or whatever, let me know down below why the probable cause affidavit has been deemed irrelevant. Why is it irrelevant? And I know that there'll be some people saying, well, we're further down the track now. They've got other information, and that is kind of, it's just part of the process that it becomes irrelevant because time moves on. But no, it's not. The PCA never becomes irrelevant because the PCA is the very document that has to be accurate in order to obtain an arrest. You can't fucking lie in it, get an arrest, and then just fill in the gaps. That is reverse engineering. The very definition of reverse engineering a case against an accused individual. And if you can't see that, then you're fucking stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. And maybe I'm fucking stupid. Maybe I've got it wrong. But my interpretation of the probable cause affidavit is that that should have everything in there that is factual. You can't just fucking lie in it. You can't say, you can't draw a triangle and say, look, we know that he drew hair because he's in that triangle. I've never known someone in a place to say, don't trust the triangles. Don't trust the triangles. Don't trust them. You can't trust the triangles. If they come out, I'm telling you now, if the FBI come out and they start showing you pictures of triangles, and you can't trust them. Don't trust them. Lost all credibility immediately. And how I'm going to prove that is by showing you this triangle. What? Do you know what I mean? But ultimately, I can't agree with everything Garrett says. I didn't get involved in that old Garrett discovery fucking bollocks, whatever that was earlier on. But what it does prove is that the information surrounding the movement of the car and the placement of the car and the plotting of the car was not complete in order to correctly state their case. So when Cy Ray came forward and said, you've said a load of things about the movement of this guy, and you can't do that without having this, and this. And without this, and this could be bullshit. And when you add this, and this, which is needed, it could give you a completely different outcome than what you've said. And here lieth the problem with this information. We still do not have anything apart from some blurry pictures, some real strange situation around these pictures and video footage. There is nothing that physically ties Brian Kohberger to this crime. There is not one fucking image that I've seen and been like, yeah, definitely, white under Elantra, definitely. Haven't seen Brian Kohberger, despite the fact that there are people around this case who have gone public and said that there is footage of Brian Kohberger coming out of that property, not mentioning any names, Steve Gonsalves. And there just isn't. But what we do have is a PCA that seems to have lied, literally seems to have lied, that they've now deemed irrelevant. And we have a situation where we have DNA that nobody wants to take responsibility for. We still have to make up a story to explain how they got to Brian Kohberger. So we'll await to see how they explain that then. And the DNA, the workup of the DNA doesn't exist because the people who did it, they didn't keep the workup. They didn't save it, and they likely didn't save it because they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing in order to get the result that they needed to do what they did. When ultimately they could have just gone and swabbed Brian Kohberger's fucking apartment door handle. I don't understand. They could have just arrested Brian Kohberger and brought him in for questioning based on the multiple things that they claim to have known around his movements of his car, the car that he drove, yada, yada, yada. They could have just pulled him in and took his fucking DNA. And I believe that Brian Kohberger would have likely given them his DNA.
We said this a year ago, folks, that instead of the show that they had to put on, all they had to do was ask him to come in. But no, they had to put the show on because it makes it all fall into play then. It follows their narrative. So
let me know what you think. How do you think? Did you see the Drunk Turkey show? Fucking got it right. See, I can do it when I put my mind to it. It's because as I go through the video, my brain kind of, it's like a jigsaw, like a Rubik's Cube, and it eventually locks into place. Did you see it? What do you think about it? But I found it very interesting that this is now the second specialist who works around cell phone data who have come forward and basically said that the information was incomplete, and even gave examples of where this information has been used to fucking lie. And when it has come out and proven someone innocent, they have buried it. Don't shoot the messenger. And again, always vet your guests. Oh.
good job, buddy. Good job. So, yeah, we'll have that conversation later this afternoon. Of course. Good job, Harsh. He also said lots of thinking and saying that something maybe happened to one of the kids, and the other one saw what happened, and that will be found in a shallow grave in the bush far from home. I don't know. Sad, Mama D. Very sad. Sad. But no, I like that. I like what Harsh has been putting out lately with that Idaho stuff. It's been interesting. So please, guys, if you have not yet done it, hang on here a minute. He also did another video, and the title of it, and I'm curious too. Why are people ignoring what Dylan did? Why is it being ignored? By most of all by Steve Gonsalves. How is it being ignored? We're going to talk about that later this afternoon, probably too. Because I've had many requests about doing another secondary show about, guess what? please make sure to check out Mama Bear's channel, guys. So, just saying. Anyway, let's move on and get through the other segments of the show. Let's see. Thank you, Jesse. Good to see you here, Jesse. Hopefully I'll see you this afternoon, Jesse. Hopefully if it's not too late for you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm saving that for this afternoon, Jesse. Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate that one. Faux show. Faux show. Let's see. Yeah, so I hope you guys are down for that for later. You have requests for Idaho shows? Yes. Are you surprised? Aren't you surprised, SRB? Thank you, Jesse, for real. Appreciate that, brother. So I wanted you guys to see something. I think this is what Tomboy was talking about. Somebody sent me this. Again, another email. Thank you guys for the emails, by the way. I can't get to all of them quickly, but I do try to get to all of them at some point. So I wanted to review this with you. So surprised. So surprised. My coffee's kicking in, by the way, if you can't tell. Jump. All right, Tomboy. Yeah, that's what we're about to watch, Tomboy. And review. So this is in regards to Delphi. Another shameful situation, everybody. Another man, in my opinion, I better watch. My video might get taken down like Lana. Miss Lana's dead. Because I think Richard Allen is the wrong man. And he's sitting in prison. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, SRB. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. If I'm being too much, just tell me to shut up. I will. Truly. Or just tell me, you're stupid, Tego. Stop being dumb. Okay. So anyway, I have big issues with what happened in Delphi. Big issues. Okay. Richard Allen, in my opinion, is the wrong person. Okay. And I think we've seen multiple variations of proof on that. But I do have thoughts and feelings as to who the right person is. So we're going to watch this here, review this real quick and see what he says. And you can make a educated, what can I think? What's the word I'm trying to say here? An educated assumption as to what he's saying. Still didn't sound right. Good music, dude. My answer, Christina, he's probably about to tell you. Thank you, opinion. Good board. Good stuff there, Tomboy. Why did they have to reshape Coca-Cola cans? What the hell? They did that? That's insane. Leave things alone that ain't broken, folks. It's like they're doing to our movies. Anyway. I think he's about to explain to you, Miss Christina, who my thoughts are.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Truth Revealed, where we don't just listen, we analyze. I'm Sergio Denaro. You can find out more about me in my bio. But right now, let's talk about something that you may have thought you understood. You've probably heard the covert recordings of Ron Logan, the man whose property became ground zero for the Delphi murders. But have you really listened to it? What if I told you that buried in the tone, the linguistics, and his verbiage are some answers to this story? Today, we're going to dissect that recording frame by frame, and I'm going to show you what most people missed. Before we dive in, I've been away for a couple of weeks visiting my family for Mother's Day, but now I'm back in the studio and things are about to ramp up. You'll start to see more content coming out more often, not just on the Delphi case, but also on the Karen Reed retrial. Now, I've also got some exciting news. I've got a new partner in crime, my daughter, Caitlin. She's getting ready to launch her own Truth Revealed channel. Well, that's coming a little bit in the future. But for now, she'll be editing and posting our videos as shorts on TikTok and Instagram. So if you see a Truth Revealed wave breaking through your feed, that'll be us. Now let's focus in. As always, the interviewers' questions are going to be in red. Ron Logan's responses will be in black, and my commentary will be in purple. So pay attention, because what you hear may not be what he actually said. Let's begin. Okay, we jump right in here with what did they do? They concentrated on people that didn't do anything too much. First off, I want to say this lady who's asking questions does a great job. She's asking direct, pointed questions, and they're open-ended. What did they do? You're going to get the best information from these types of questions. He says they concentrated on people that didn't do anything too much. He takes this opportunity to try and make a denial. If he would have done this correctly right off the bat here, that would have been it. The whole thing would have been over. If he would have said, they concentrated on me and I didn't do it, I wouldn't have looked at the rest of this statement. But that's not what he says. He says they concentrated on people that didn't do. Now, when a person, instead of saying I, remember, he should have said they concentrated on me.
Welcome, Amor, and you're one of them beautiful people. Thank you for being here. Guys, this is the channel link to check out Truth Revealed. If you should want to, I think he'd appreciate it. I think he did a great job with this, so please pay attention.
Me, I didn't do it. He says they concentrated on people that didn't do. He refers to himself as people. That's hugely problematic. The formula that we're looking for here is I plus past tense plus active voice. Well, doesn't always equal the truth, but you have to have that in order for it to be a truthful statement. So referring to himself as people is a huge red flag. It's a huge indicator here. And then he repeats that didn't do anything too much. He's trying to imply here that his driving without a license and getting arrested for that as a parole violation was.
She saw a white Elantra she shot was blue. Show.
Wasn't too much. But the honest way to say this is the direct way, which is to say something like they concentrated on me and I didn't do it. They got wrapped up investigating me for driving without a license. Something like that.
Yeah, Christina, that's the only name I have. His name is Dino, his real name, I believe. The link is in the chat. I just threw it up in the chat right here, Christina, if you want to check him out. Thank you.
Would be how you tie those thoughts together. But that's not what he says here. So this statement is hugely problematic. This is highly suspect right off the bat here. That's what you think? So great follow-up question here, because he answers the last question, but she wants more. She wants him to continue talking, and all she does is, that's what you think? He could have easily said yes, but he doesn't. He continues talking. Perfect. So let's see what else he says here. I know it's what had happened. He cuts himself off. They were going to pin it on me. We have tense problems here. This is not simple past tense. This is past perfect tense. Technically, what that means is an action was completed before another past action. If you're thinking, well, maybe he's just not educated, it's not how this works. Just because you can't explain a rule doesn't mean you don't know it. For example, if you say the big red American car, you know that if you say the American red big car, that sounds completely wrong. If I would have asked you what order do you put adjectives in, you probably wouldn't have been able to articulate size goes first, then color, then nationality. It always goes like that, but you probably wouldn't have been able to articulate that. Everyone's like that. He knows the rules of the English language. He's just not abiding by them here. What else does he do? He cuts himself off mid-sentence. They were going to pin it on me. Huge sensitivity in here. We're not going to say, okay, definitively he killed those girls, but there's huge sensitivity up to this point. So let's continue getting as much information as we can and see where this leads us. You weren't home that day. She says this as a statement. So technically he doesn't really need to respond to it because of the way she asked the question, but he does, which is great. Everything he says is going to be open information. So they didn't find that. What does that mean? They didn't find that. You weren't home that day. They didn't find that. He is thinking of something else completely. I don't know what he's insinuating that they didn't find, but it's problematic. We want to know what he's thinking that they didn't find. They didn't find out that he wasn't home. It seems like that could be what he was insinuating or starting to say, but that doesn't match the question. By saying that, it sounds like a prepared answer, and that prepared answer didn't fit the question. So they didn't find that. They didn't care. It sounds like he registered the question and changed that to they didn't care. When a interviewer asks a question or makes a statement that you agree with, you should begin your answer with an agreement, a statement of agreement. Yes, something like that. If you disagree with it, you should start with some sort of a no, that's not right, something like that. What we get here is he doesn't agree with it. He actually becomes a little confrontational. They didn't find that, which means that he wasn't home that day. That's an indicator of deception to the question, although it seems like he should have agreed with it because this question comes across in a way that would help him. What he's saying is that he was home that day by not agreeing with the question. So let's keep going. You don't understand. This is out of sequence information. You don't understand. Okay, again, the question, you weren't home that day. You don't understand. What does she not understand about him not being home? So that's out of sequence. I don't know why that's there, but we're going to try and figure out how that ties in to whatever he's thinking in that moment. After you don't understand, he says, they didn't, and he cuts himself off. That's extreme sensitivity here. He repeats, didn't. Nobody knew that until later. Later is missing time. That's means he's removed something that's very important. What has he removed here? When somebody in this situation, especially when the questions are regarding a murder, when somebody is removing something, especially talking about you weren't home that day, that's an alibi statement. And so whatever his answer is going to be alibi related. Him not being home, that the police found out later, seems like this statement is deceptive about him trying to create an alibi. We don't get any more information here, but if I were asking questions or if I had him in an interrogation based on what he says right here, I would be trying to press him for a timeline at this point and trying to figure out what did he remove when he says later? There's something missing here that he removed. And we got to figure that out because him not being home is an alibi for not murdering them. The only thing we know definitively is that he has removed something from this answer. She says, it's a shame what happened. And he says, I'm not surprised. I thought this would happen. What? You thought this would happen? How on earth would anyone think that's going to happen? The only way you could possibly think that's going to happen is if you were planning it. So that is dangerously close to a confession. Just think about it. You can't say something that you're not thinking. So he has to have been thinking that he thought that it would happen. Why? Well, what about this would make you think that two girls would get murdered there? And she says, what? And he says, not the murders. Okay, not the murders. That, while technically not an indicator that I'm aware of, I am going to do some research on this type of response. But when he says not the murders, it sounds like what my 7-year-old says when she gets accused of doing something or she starts to confess to something, not the murders. All right, well, if it's not the murders, it has to be something else. In order to have made that previous statement, he has to have thought that through because he was expecting this to happen. He should say, what I actually meant was, and then give some very clear if not articulate, examples of what he's talking about. So he says, but they put up those trails in the middle of nowhere.
Are we talking about Ron Logan? Yes, he was very much suspected of it. He was one of the first ones suspected and suspected the most. That was the problem. And then he ended up passing away. If you're talking about Ron Logan.
I said, you're going to have all kinds of drug problems and all kinds of crap from this. This will draw every deviant in the world to it. Okay, let's think about that. What he just said is that putting trails through the woods is going to increase drugs and crap. That's not an argument that he has presented in the past. The way he says, I said you're going to have all kinds of. Let's think about the logic of that. He's saying that when you put trails through the forest, it increases drugs and crap. It increases hikers.
He passed away from the big C during the the pandemic stuff.
Line of reasoning is nonsensical. The fact that he jumped in there with not the murders now tells you exactly what was on his mind. Let's continue. And then she says, I mean, we walked a little bit. I was a little scared, because it was just us two. So she's putting herself back into a situation and putting his mind back into that situation of girls walking across the bridge. This lady should be an interrogator. This is exactly how interrogators should ask questions. Simple, direct, and just let the person answer them. He mumbles something. I couldn't tell the first thing that he says, but then he says, they're not going to do it again. Not here anyways. Let's really, my mind, the longer he talks, the more my mind is blown by what he's saying here. Ron Logan, what does he tell us? He knows that it was more than one person because he says they're not going to do it again. How does he know that it's more than one person? You tell me. You tell me. How does he know that? The next thing is he says they're not going to do it again, not here. Anyways, that tells you that he knows the thought process of the people who committed the murders, because he's not saying, I don't think it wouldn't happen here again. He's telling you definitively that they're not going to do it again, not here anyway. You can actually drop the word anyway off because it doesn't mean anything. And when you drop that off, it gives you a clearer indication of what he's saying. They're not going to do it again, not here. That means they fully intend that more than one, however many people it was, intend on doing it again, but somewhere else. They're not going to do it there because it's too risky. He has just told you his mind. At this point, there's no way that he could know their thoughts unless he's one of them. It's not possible. So let's keep that in mind and keep going because he's going to keep talking here. Who found them? The neighbor over here, Pat Brown. Okay, so Pat Brown found them. I skipped a couple of questions. He talks about his faucet and some stuff like that. And he found them, she asks again, and Ron says, there was some other woman with him. I had to highlight that because some other woman it sounds like he knows who his wife is and he was with another woman, but we'll bypass that because that doesn't have anything to do with this. Okay. Supposedly some people on the other side could look on my side of the creek and they saw clothing. Let's take this one sentence at a time here. Why would he say supposedly? Supposedly, some people on the other side could see my side of the creek. This is a known fact. When somebody puts in a reduction of commitment before a known fact, there's only one reason why you do that, and that is to try.
Sorry, guys. He's trying to withdraw himself from the situation, so it takes the attention away from him. It's exactly what he's doing.
and reduce your culpability. They're trying to say that while you believe this is a known fact, it's incriminating to me, and I'm going to call it into question here. So there's something that he's about to say that's going to be incriminating. Supposedly, some people on the other side could see my side of the creek and they saw clothing. So is an explanatory statement. Keep in mind the question. And he found them. He's talking about his buddy Pat here. Found them. So let's keep reading and let's try and keep in mind, why is he getting so sensitive when the entire question here could have been answered with a yes? Just yes, because if he just agreed with it, it wouldn't require any more explanation. Now he's starting to get sensitive about this. So they called up, said, hey, there's some clothing down there. Go check it out. Okay, I'm with you. Then he keeps talking. So he went down over the hill and he saw me.
He called up, said, hey, there's some clothing down there. Go check it out. So he went down over the hill and he saw me. So, and they're right out in the open. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. Wait.
What? I had to listen to this over and over and over again. Did he really just say that they saw me? Why would he say that? There's only one reason why he would say that, and that's because he was thinking it. It has to be in his memory, or his broca section.
He's projecting the truth from his memory is what he's doing, because he did it.
Couldn't have accidentally assigned the word me to him thinking myself. There, let's continue on. So, and they're right out in the open. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. Why did it take them? And he cuts himself off. All right, so what do we have here? We have the word so 3 times, which means extreme sensitivity in here. He accidentally replaces the word clothing with the word me. And we're going to get back to that in a second. But he also puts in a missing time statement. Before. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. So there was a search party that searched that area very thoroughly the night before. So he's playing dumb here. I don't understand why they didn't find him the night before. Well, the word before is missing time. He's cutting out something that he did. So the only thing that he can be cutting out based on this sentence is he had to have put the clothing there. That's why they didn't find him the night before, because he put them there. All right, so we know based on this statement that he put the clothing there after people had searched the night before, but before Pat found the clothing that day. Now let's go back here and look at this. My daughter pointed this out to me. Supposedly actually matches directly to the word me. The reason why he's so sensitive here, supposedly some people on the other side could look over and see, is because he's thinking about that person seeing him being there. So did somebody see him there? Did somebody call that into question? I don't know, but he has a memory of himself being there, and he's trying to call into question what the people who said that they could see that, whether that was truthful or not, when it's a known fact. This is hugely both problematic, and it tells us that he put the clothing there. So now we know that. Now we want to keep in mind that what we don't know at this point is that Ron Logan had anything to do with or had an interaction with the girls while they were alive. Because he's been extremely sensitive and he's omitting and there's missing time statements, it could be that he only helped cover up the murders. We don't have any indication from his language yet that he participated in the murders, because covering up the murders is also a crime. So you're going to see deception there. We want to be very clear and thorough, understanding what we're seeing. Where's the deception leading us? And right now, we don't have any indicators that he was involved in the murders, only in covering them up. Can you walk back there? Can you get back to where it happened? That's a simple question. This should be a yes. Can you walk from here to there? He says, it's not real easy. No. He answers the question at the end. That's deception. Why does he feel like he needs to give an explanation before he gives the answer? Well, let's think about this. It's not real easy. No. The statement "it's not real easy" is firsthand knowledge. So he's not saying that he's looking at it and thinking, that looks like difficult terrain. I'm not sure. He's actually telling you definitively no, and that he has direct knowledge that it's not easy. So hugely problematic. Can you walk back there? It's not easy. No means yes, he can. And he's done that from memory. Again, that doesn't tell us that he murdered them, but it's deceptive and it is showing you knowledge of guilt. That's what this means when this is not related to the murder. To say, can you walk down this hill? There's no implication that you murdered those girls just because you have the ability to walk down a hill. When somebody denies something that doesn't seem to be related to the crime, that's hugely problematic because it means to them that it is related to the crime. Do you think they were there the night before? Great question, because if she would have let this go, then we wouldn't have gotten this answer. Do you think they were there the night before? And he says, well. Whenever somebody starts a yes or no question with well, their answer is going to be deceptive. When I was looking at this with my daughter, with Caitlin, I was explaining this to her and she looked a little confused. She had just got back from the gym, just done her workout. And I said, okay, I'm going to ask you this question. And I want you to just answer, well. And then I want you to try and think of what you would say after that. Okay. So I said, did you just get back from the gym? And she says, well. Then she laughed because there's no possible way that could come to your mind if you're giving a truthful response. So, it just means no. She doesn't think they were there the night before because he put them there. So, according to all the law enforcement investigators, they were. So he's not saying they were. He's saying that according to someone else, they were. No one thinks it's a dump site. This is showing huge knowledge of guilt. If this was an interrogation, if she was an interrogator, I have no doubt that she would have honed in and just drilled him on this answer right here. So we got, according to all the law enforcement investigators, they were. No one thinks it's a dump site. And she says, oh. And he says, no, it's cuts himself off. That's why I cuts himself off. It's such an odd cuts himself off. Okay, this is where the bodies is about 80 feet below where we're standing, and that side over there, it comes down into a big valley and a big Deer Creek's way below us here. This whole rambling segment of cutoffs is hugely problematic, hugely sensitive. He can't think of anything to say after this, and he keeps starting a sentence and then terminating it because it's taking him somewhere where he doesn't want to go. He ends up just talking about where the bodies were. And remember what the question was. Do you think they were there the night before? Why is this so problematic for him? And then she says, yeah, that's a big drop. Yeah. And he says, no, you would have to. I don't know how you'd get there unless you make them walk there. How are you going to get them there? All right, let's slow down for a second here. Now he is reliving his own thought process. Remember, you can't say something you're not thinking about. No, you would have to. He has just slipped into asking himself that same question. In that moment, remember, they're looking at the murder scene right now. So if you're looking at the murder scene and you were involved in the murders, you're going to be forced to relive that. And as you relive that, those thoughts become intrusive and you start to assign words to them. Now, it doesn't seem like the words that he's saying would be a confession until you understand that he is reliving that moment right in front of you. And he says, I don't know how you'd get them there unless you make them walk there. How you going to get them there? That's at some point he had that exact thought process. And what does that tell you? Most importantly, this is the first indication that Ron Logan has a memory with the girls while they were still alive. Up until this point, he could have only been involved in covering this up. But now he is reliving a memory from when they were still alive. That tells me that it's highly probable that he had a role throughout this entire process from start to finish. And she says, right. And he says, I don't know how you're going to make two 14-year-old girls do something they don't want to do. Again, he's still reliving this. I don't know how you're going to make two 14-year-old girls do something they don't want to do. Great question, Ron. How do you do that? He says something about it must have been family because otherwise they wouldn't do what they're told. Unfortunately, it's a lot of mumbling. It's a lot of one-word answers. And then he goes on to blame Libby's father, saying it was Libby's father because he has 6 or 7 felonies. Now, none of that is helpful to us here because that is Ron Logan's rehearsed statement. If he found himself in a situation where he was being questioned about this, he was going to default back to how'd they get down there, such a difficult area to get to. It had to have been Libby's father because the girls did something that they were told to do. Otherwise, there'd be no way to get them down there. Now, he clearly knows what they did. Maybe they were holding one of the girls at knife point or at gunpoint or something and said they were going to kill him if the other one didn't go down there. I don't know, but he does. And he's walking you through his thought process right here. Now, that's where this statement ends, but let's wind this all up here. What did we learn? What did we see? What did we get here? Do we know definitively that Ron Logan played a role in this? At this point, I'm comfortable speculating and saying yes. He came about as close as you can get to a straight out confession. He is walking through memories, his own memories towards the end here of how do I get the girls down there. Most importantly, he puts himself in there. You see knowledge of guilt. You see he accidentally says me, like how does that even happen? But that statement is so hugely sensitive to him that I don't see how it's possible to have this much deception in this statement and him not have been a central figure in this, which means because of the analysis of Keegan Kline, there, in my opinion, there has to be some sort of connection between Ron Logan and Keegan Kline. Leads me to believe that there's probably a third person, which my initial guess would be Keegan Kline's father, because of some of that analysis from the Keegan Kline video. But I would need to see a statement because there was nothing definitive in Keegan Kline's statement that made me believe that it was necessarily his father, just that there was somebody else there. And between Ron Logan and Keegan Kline, I still have a hard time believing that the two of them together would be able to get control over two 14-year-old girls. So I am going to keep analyzing statements one at a time and putting these videos out. But in my opinion, Ron Logan definitely played a major part in covering up the crimes and definitely played some sort of a role before Abby and Libby's deaths. But without a more thorough interrogation, it's really hard to piece this whole puzzle together. The longer of a statement I have, the more information I can get. This is pretty good, but it's not an interrogation. So that's all I think that I can get from this statement. Leave in the comments what you think about this. Having seen my analysis and the indicators, let me know if this helps you to put this puzzle together or if there's actual evidence or information that I don't know of yet that fits into this somehow. All right, that's it for this video. Stay tuned.
And there it is. As far as I'm concerned, you guys, and this is where I've been for a long time with this. And I think it's really sad. Okay. Because they can't get to him. They can't convict him. They can't do anything because he's deceased. Okay. So trying to think of what I'm trying to say. They needed to be able to put this on the right person, and Richard Allen is not, in my opinion. So there's just a little clip of something that they knew 3 years ago. Okay, and they were on him. They had him in their some of them had them as being responsible for this, period. Okay, and then he passed away. So there's that. But I truly believe he's the bridge guy based on his voice, his gait when he walks, based on things he said. His girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, believes it's him. I can't get past him. I'm just being honest with you. I can't.
5 starts now.
We begin at 5 o'clock with IT Mate and the stunning new revelations in the Delphi murders.
IT Mate broke the news about an FBI search warrant and new details about the crime scene and what the killer may have taken from the property. Tonight, we're piecing together new information about the man targeted in that search warrant, Ronald Logan. I want to bring in IT Mate's Demi Johnson now, who has been following this story since day one. Demi, this search warrant shows police early on, they had suspicions about Ronald Logan.
Yeah, Phil and Alexis, this FBI search warrant is only 9 pages long, but it provides surprising new detail on the crime scene in Carroll County and why investigators began to question the possible role of Ronald Logan, who owned the land where the girls were found.
You can see Ronald Logan here on his property in this video shot by Wish TV in 2017, just days after the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. By that time, the FBI says Logan had already lied to investigators about what he was doing on the day the girls disappeared.
Monday afternoon, I was in Lafayette Aquarium World getting a tropical fish for my aquarium. So when I came home, one of the neighbors stopped and asked permission to come back here and look for the missing girls, and that's the first time I knew anything about it. So I fooled with my tropical fish the whole time that the search was going on Monday night, but then they didn't find them until Tuesday around noon or 1 or whatever it was.
Investigators believe Logan asked his cousin to lie about driving him to an aquarium store in Lafayette on the afternoon of February 13th. Police arrested Logan for violating his probation on charges of DUI and driving on a suspended license. He appeared in court March 13th on the charge. The next day, March 14th, a state police spokesperson tweeted, "Reports connecting Ronald Logan to the Delphi murders is false. Probation violation, no connection to murder investigation." But a search warrant filed by an FBI agent 3 days later, March 17th, says, "I believe there is probable cause to believe that Ronald Logan has committed the crime of murder, and evidence of that can be found on Ronald Logan's property. And that based on investigators' experience, it is reasonable to believe that the creation of an alibi prior to the discovery of a crime indicates culpability or knowledge of the crime." Logan pleaded guilty to a new charge of being a habitual traffic violator on April 3rd, 2017. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison, a sentence that would eventually be reduced to home detention. The search warrant application reveals never before discussed details about the crime scene and how the girls were found. The agent says a large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. The agent also says authorities found that 2 articles of clothing from one of the girls was missing from the crime scene, while the rest of their clothing was recovered. It also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged.
Ronald Logan has never been publicly named a suspect in Abby and Libby's murders. He's also not been charged in the case. Logan died in 2020. He was charged with a probation violation for driving with a suspended license. Now, I sent several detailed questions to Indiana State Police and was told they cannot comment on this case. Demi Johnson, Wish TV, wishtv.com, and follow us on Facebook.
All right, Demi, thank you very much. Well, if you missed any part of this story, we posted the documents online at wishtv.com. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code. That will take you to our website where you can find this story under the As Seen on Wish TV section.
Now, there it is, guys. Basically, there it is. Then the man dies. And in my opinion, they have to have somebody to put this on. They just have to. And here we are. And it was a big mistake. He did this as far as I'm concerned. He did. At least he was deeply involved in it. I'll put it that way. That's my feelings on this. That's my thoughts on this. And we'll be doing another deep dive on this to show you why. We will. This is insane. It really is. It really is insane. I don't understand how this is, like I said. Agreed, Alicia. 100% agreed. So I'm hoping that Alan did have, they filed his appeal in the timely manner they were supposed to. And folks, I'm going to follow that all the way to the end. I don't care what happens. I will follow it to the very end. It's very sad how this happened. It really is. I feel so bad for him, his family. And it's just unbelievable that this can happen. And here we sit watching Idaho go down too. Okay. It's crazy to me. It's really crazy. So. All right, guys, it's that time. Grab your tissues. It's time to show you all that there still is good people and positivity in the world, folks. We do this every day. I missed it the other day, but there was reason. So we do this every day, and this is important. People need to know that there's still good people in the world. There's still positive things going on, and positive people making positive things happen, guys. It's not all the bad, scary, negative stuff that we see every day. There is good in the world, folks, and this is just a little bit more proof of it. So thank you all for being here to see it with.
After you qualify for the final and spot one of your old teachers in the crowd, there's only one way you can possibly react. Cristiano Ronaldo took the time to give one little guy a moment he'd always remember. This dad's son just debuted as a professional, and the emotion was all a little too much.
I tried. I really do try, Christina, the best I can, and I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that you've seen that, and I really do. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Package of kindness by inviting their Amazon driver to dinner.
Oh, we saw some of these ones. Hang on.
Marriage proposal ever caught on camera.
What the fuck? What? No, stop. What? Stop it. What are you doing? Are you being serious? Are you for real? What the? Are you for real? No. Why are you shaking?
Because I'm nervous. I know what's going on.
You didn't ask me. Yeah.
Being stuck on a train is a good time to make a connection with a stranger, although this method is more original than most. And this was the year that Grandpa won Christmas.
And then we're gonna perform our song. Use the car. Everyone gets a new car.
When you work hard in intense heat, then a gesture like this can mean everything. After waiting all day at their lemonade stand, this guy came along, bought lemonade, cookies, picture, and most importantly, made their day. Proposals don't come more romantic than when you get a Disney princess to be a part of it. Some moms are not only kind, but persistent too.
We are having taco night. So if you like to eat, you just come over and you're welcome to get it. You hear me? I called it, you didn't answer because I think you're busy. But anyway, we are having taco night. Good night. Goodbye.
Giving roses to strangers? Why not?
There you go.
Hey, guy. It's nice when celebrities turn out to be nice. This man delivers 15 to 20 meals to the homeless each week.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I brought you a box of food. Yeah, there's it's Panda Express. There's your fortune cookie.
This was officially the best day of these seagulls' lives. "11-year-old Elijah, who's battling a brain tumor, wished to have a puppy. And this was the day his wish came true. A selfless act. Well, unless they were the passengers, of course. How many kids have gotten their heads stuck in a hole over the years? Exactly the same amount that have been rescued by firefighters. Bus drivers must get used to avoiding stray animals. But when you see a stray child, you really need to go the extra mile. She wasted no time in pulling over, leaving the...
I think we've seen some of these. Are these over? Hold on here. Try it from here.
A small extra act of kindness can often make all the difference. I mean, who doesn't like flowers?
Thank you. This is for the kid. God bless you. I see y'all doing all that hugging and stuff. Can I get a hug?
If more strangers hugged each other, then maybe the world would be a better place.
Yeah, you know, they say you need at least 7 hugs a day to take the stress away. Bring it on in. Get in here. Bring it on in. All right. Let me get one more. Get one more.
Sometimes the smallest thing can provide the most joy. A sticky situation, but fortunately, some human heroes arrived to save the day. This poor, exhausted horse had fallen down a sewer pit, and this was the moment when he was finally liberated by these amazing wildlife workers. After being frightened by fireworks, this dog ran away and ended up in this predicament. Here's what happened next. Yes, this kid may have left his dog's leash in the elevator door, but look how quickly he reacts to the situation and saves his precious pooch. It's not often you get this close to an eagle, but when you find one stuck in a spring trap, then the only thing you can do is spring into action. Oh, and catch it on film, of course. When this 92-year-old woman with dementia wandered away from her home, she was brought back home by an Amazon driver with a heart of gold. If you're a winning driver, then you should never forget to thank and congratulate your entire team. Djokovic decided to celebrate his own big moment by creating what was possibly an even bigger moment for a kid in the crowd. When this truck driver saw a baby sea lion trying to cross the road, he decided to pull over and show him the kindness that humans are sometimes capable of. You can see the gratitude in the eyes of this little stray as he's offered a much-needed snack.
sit na, sit. Sit na, baby. Sit na, sit, sit, sit. Sit. Good job.
Helping an old person across the street, taken to the very next level. Yes, that's Hollywood superstar Brad Pitt, and this is him rescuing a small girl from being crushed by a massive crowd.
He rushes to her rescue and does his best to get the crowd to simmer down. Watch as he reassures 11-year-old Claudia, okay, it's okay.
There are some neighbors you just don't want to be constantly on your doorstep, but I'm sure we'd all make an exception if they head over to put out a fire. If you start choking in school, you can only hope there's a teacher who knows the Heimlich maneuver nearby. It doesn't take much for an athlete to check their ego and make a huge difference to someone's life. The definition of a true competitor: one who falls, gets right back up again, and finishes the race. If an injury occurs, then something as minor as the color of your shirt can fade into insignificance.
Montiel and Acuna is Achilles would be the worry.
Aid workers helping impoverished kids in Uganda. A clip that really goes to show the things we take for granted. He was cruelly abandoned in a dump, but that wouldn't be where he'd stay. The finish line means nothing if you don't have sportsmanship. How she managed to get into this mess is almost as interesting as how she got out of it. At least she can see the funny side, and her friends definitely do. We're gonna say that alcohol might have been involved here. It's not often you get to see a firefighter fighting a fire. From the firefighter's point of view, some cops just don't want to retire. And this one's still serving his community at 84 years old. Working part-time for the police department, he's not only well-known in the local community, but also well-loved.
It's in my blood. I just can't quit.
After nearly 20 years in the Air Force and almost 50 in law enforcement, he's not slowing down anytime soon.
I just want to work. I still want to interact with the public.
The height of sporting integrity? When you're awarded a free penalty shot, but don't agree with the ref's decision.
İşaret geldi. Beknaz dışarı gönderiyor sevgili seyirciler. İnanılmaz bir an. Beknaz penaltı değil dedi hakeme. Evet.
How much do you love your favorite soccer player? Not as much as this kid. Yet another example of a very rich sportsman making someone feel very special. Only teamwork can overcome obstacles like this. These fishermen are on their way to save 4 passengers from a sinking boat. And things could have been very different if they hadn't been there.
Gotta get away. Back. Gotta get away. Go back.
Proof that if you can dream it, you can do it. As long as there are a few real-life superheroes nearby to help. trees don't always spring up on their own. Sometimes it takes a green-fingered hero to make it happen. When an ambulance needs to reach people in a flood, there's only one way for them to do it. You know how we said that not all heroes wear capes? Well, the window cleaners at this children's hospital certainly do. After angry teammates kicked over this trash can, one player took the time to show his humility and decency by cleaning up. Adrian Luna dedicated this important goal to his 6-year-old daughter, who now watches her father play from heaven.
Oh, look at it! Oh! Adrian Luna!
This 89-year-old man played for the team just after World War II and was given a chance to relive his glory days. Food and drink shouldn't be a luxury for anyone, and this shopkeeper clearly realizes that.
Here you go, bro. Take something to drink. Hold on 1 second. Get this too. There you go, bro. All right.
After a volcanic eruption, this Good Samaritan decided to wash the ash from passing cars. He wanted to be able to walk to receive his degree, and this is the moment that his dream came true. When people are stranded on the side of the road, that's when a Good Samaritan is needed the most. Many drivers passed this vehicle stuck in a snowdrift, but only one stopped to help, and luckily he had a tow rope. These kind-hearted folks are handing out gifts to local parents who need a bit of extra help during the holiday season.
This is a hard time. I mean, they're trying to come up with a story for why Santa didn't come. That's why we provide the food, the paper goods. That way, this holiday season, for the families we're supporting, it's all about getting that quality time together.
When you need rescuing from a raging torrent like this, someone with serious jet ski skills comes in extremely handy. Getting your own pair of soccer boots is a big deal, especially if they've just been worn by a legend. When this Sandy Hook survivor received a jersey from New York Rangers captain Jacob Trouba, he had no idea he'd also be receiving a law school scholarship.
Scholarship for law school. So you're going to graduate from college, you're going to go to law school, and you're going to have no debt coming out of school.
Thank you so much.
You deserve it, man.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
Despite cramps and contractions throughout her body, Caroline Wozniacki still managed to win this match.
Somehow finding a way through, fighting off cramps, fighting off Heroes von Areva.
All these people are strangers, yet all of them have come together to assist this driver in trouble. Man's best friend is always here to help. A deer trapped in a fence, but not for long. Going on a mission to rescue trapped miners requires nerves of steel, not least because you could end up joining them. Rescuing a cat is only the first part of the overall rescue mission. The aftercare is just as important. These real-life superheroes rehabilitated them, gave them their shots, and basically treat them so well that these cats are almost sad to finally be adopted.
Come on, mates! Hold on! Hold on!
When this lifeboat crew heard about a man and a dog in trouble, They weren't sure if the ferocity of the sea would prevent them from carrying out a rescue. Luckily, these heroes came through. When you not only claim the world title for judo, but also for respect.
Absolutely, what a shame. Look at
this. This is.
Well, this is absolutely unbelievable. She would have done anything to get her there into that position, I'm sure.
When these two riders collided during a race, there was no lack of sportsmanship between them.
And Tim and Arisman in a fall. Oh, Wout van Aert offering up a hand here and just checking on each other.
An emotional moment as Gerard Piqué bids farewell to Barcelona. This is a protest in Hong Kong, yet they still parted like the Red Sea when an ambulance needed to get through. When big meets small, these kids will never forget this act of kindness for the rest of their lives. He missed the cliff, but these standby heroes didn't miss the chance to grab his parachute. Here's a child being rescued through a ceiling after the earthquakes in Turkey. Swimming pools and baby deer are never a good combination, but luckily this guy sprang into action. Just taking a few seconds out of your day to help someone can make a huge difference to their day. During this tennis match, a little girl became separated from her mother, and Rafa Nadal decided to stop playing until he found her. Little Emma had the honor of dropping the first puck before this Rangers-Coyotes game. She certainly looks pleased about it. Cat-like reflexes are vital when you're catching a cat. Parenting, you're doing it right. This, folks, is what friendship looks like. After this car broke through the barrier and went straight into an icy river, a nearby cop rescued her from an almost certain death.
Девушка, которая была за рулем, не справилась с управлением на скользкой дороге после столкновения с другим автомобилем.
From being stranded in the snow to having trouble crossing the street to even just leaving a door open, little by little, good deeds are capable of changing the world. Sometimes even robots need to rely on the kindness of humans. After winning gold in the wheelchair tennis, Niels Vink races on his hands to greet his very proud coach. If there's anyone who encapsulates the phrase "never give up," then it's weightlifter Oscar Figueroa.
Hold it! Did he get it? Yes, he does!
It's there. He extends his lead. And he's
It was never supposed to be that way.
After his loss in 2022, Roger Federer gave a moving reaction to the crowd.
My friends, really. And it didn't end here, so it's been a perfect journey. I would do it all over again.
This rally driver thought he was out of the competition until his fans stepped in. This man and his wife were trying to take wildlife pics, but didn't realize how deep the mud was. Fortunately, a local fisherman noticed their distress and was soon there to help get them out. Firefighters showing their multiple skills by rescuing someone from a collapsed building. Recovery, CPR, dealing with shock, these guys have it covered. When people were alerted to a dog trapped in icy water, it was clear that something had to be done, and fast.
All right, that's it for those for today, you guys. I hope you didn't break too many tears there. That being said, let's kind of get out of here and leave this place with some laughing. A little bit of smiling, I should say. I'm sorry. Sorry, Alicia. It's a needed thing. Some of them suck. They're a little too sad. I agree. Not sad, but I know. I get it. I go through it too. For sure. All right. Let's get some smiles on these faces. Get you on your way. And I will be back this afternoon a little bit later too. Oh, don't leave yet, Christina. Maybe you can get a little bit of laughing in before you take off. Here we go.
This does not make sense. 1% milk. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. This does not make sense. 1% milk. 1% chocolate milk. And then it says on this side, 100% real milk. Literally, I don't get it. What the heck is going on? Why do you keep stopping twinkle, twinkle, little star?
She ain't playing.
Going to do the polar plunge for charity with this guy.
Going to do the polar plunge with this charity.
Tell me what you got, dude. Atta boy. Kick it here to daddy. That's right. Pretty darn coordinated, kiddo. One more time. Kick it here to daddy. Oh, son of a gun. What are you laughing about?
See?
What are you pulling this Bible out?
See this word right here? And
Yeah.
says the ice cream place is not closed.
It says that in the Bible?
Yes! It says it's open.
The Bible says the ice cream place is not closed.
Yes!
Well,
No, it's not closed.
the Bible says so.
Oh, so lovely. Hey, do you want to put your dress on?
No! Giraffes. They don't do anything. They only eat plants. And they don't spread germs. Hello? Hello? Anyone in there?
You're too silly.
A pledge allegiance to the flag of United America, of the United States of America, of art and pledges of America, of art and stadiums, of the worlds of you in America. That's it, Mom.
Yeah, what he
What
said.
are you doing? I said no. I'm just holding it.
You're just holding it? You're not going to eat it?
No. I just hold it. I just hold it. I just hold it.
I
thought you were just holding it.
She's just holding it.
said no more.
You cute.
I'm not cute.
You cute.
I'm not cute.
You handsome.
I am.
Are you supposed to be doing that?
Because I'm so busy. I could use a little help if anyone will be there. Please open up the door. It's Kenzie. I'm kind of stuck with a big package and it's really hurting me. I really need your help. Flip off.
No, you need to eat.
Ask Daddy.
No, you're not going to ask Daddy. You're going to eat.
Ask Daddy.
No, you're not.
What is that?
No.
No, baby.
Dog.
Cat.
Ma. Benton. No, mama. No, mama. Mama. Benton. Ma. Dad.
I love my girls.
No, but I love my girls.
I love my Rosie and Lottie. They're my girls.
No, I don't love my girls. My girls.
They're your girls?
Yeah.
Is Lottie yours?
Yeah, my girls.
You're my girl.
No, my girl.
You're my girl and Lottie's my girl.
No, my
I
girl.
love you.
I know.
That makes me mad.
I love you. Dadu! Where are you? I can't see you. Dadu!
Sounds like she's saying Dago.
Pet fart. You're not gonna eat all of it. Hey. Oh my God.
He's slobbering all over you.
No! Just shut the window. Move it, Carol. No!
Tell me why you said I can't kiss Daddy.
Because you have bacteria, germs,
Yeah.
everything like that.
So that's why I can't kiss Daddy?
Yeah, every time we get.
What about kissing you?
Ugh, that's really terrible. Now I get your germs.
You don't want my
And
germs?
Daddy will get your germs.
So no kissing?
And if Daddy gives you, he's gonna give you your kisses, your germs. If I kiss you or Daddy, I will have both of you germs all over you.
So when can we kiss again?
No.
Pat. Wow.
Can I grab another spoonful and you tell Mom?
Sure.
Yay.
Serious right now? Are you kidding me?
It doesn't even fit. I need some bread here, bye.
You need French fries on a plate?
Wash the boogers away. The boogers were on this side actually to clean it.
Why were there boogers on that side?
Because I put them on there.
Why don't you get a tissue?
Because I'm yucky. It's bedtime.
Listen to me. You're not listening to me.
No, you're not listening to me. Not you, or it's me.
Why aren't you listening to me, though?
It's not you, it's me.
What do you mean it's you?
Because you don't listen to me. You don't have to listen to me. So I want you and Owen have Vega and oil, and you get some have a idea.
That's a good idea?
Yes.
What's a good idea?
I want to get Armin and Legos iPhone while you get stuff. Is that a good idea? I'm right there going like,
And what are you looking at?
and the little angel, and Mom's going like,
What is Liam doing?
and Liam's on his computer.
Am I supposed to follow you or do I go in front of you?
No, you can. That's dangerous. So you have to follow all the directions on the walls. Okay, you have to follow all the directions.
I have to follow the directions, I'll get hurt.
You have to get when I use the scooter. So you have to be a good listener.
Okay.
With the scooter, okay?
What happens if I go in front of you? Is that not good?
No, I said. So it's dangerous, very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Mama said no. You can follow all the directions and on the ground. So I put on the wall, so you have to follow them.
Okay.
All the directions.
Okay, well let's try it.
Don't want to get hurt.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, show me how to do it.
Yeah, you have to do like this. You have to do like this. You have to do like, and you walk. And then you have to follow me. That's how you follow the directions.
You got it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes. I gotta spit this guy.
Don't drop it, Adi.
Hold it for me.
Okay.
Hold it for me real quick. I gotta spit my gum out.
Watch the cars.
Got it.
You got it? Are you sure?
Don't stop asking.
Oh.
Don't hold my hand. That gives me more weight. See, that's the car. I asked it. This is the best thing they ever seen.
What?
I love this dress. It makes me feel like beautiful. The sky's beautiful. My hair is beautiful. And my dress is beautiful. And I am beautiful. Wait. Don't I need lipstick?
You're gonna call the police next time? Why don't you call them now?
I'm calling the mommy police and daddy police. Hi, mommy police. My mom is being with the brat. Thank you so much, mommy police. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nani made you eat all the cookies? You didn't want to eat that many cookies? That's why you ate them? Why?
Because I wanted to tell her the rules. I want to listen to her rules.
You wanted to listen to her rules and she wanted you to eat tons of cookies? Okay.
It's not my fault. It's Nani's fault.
Okay. Why?
Because I wanted to tell her the rules. I want to listen to her rules.
You wanted to listen to her rules and she wanted you to eat tons of cookies? Okay.
It's not my fault. It's Nani's fault.
Okay.
When does she want to come over?
Because whoever has never been
Well, what are you
here.
going to do with her, though? I don't want her inside.
It's okay. I'll tell her to play outside for who comes here.
And what's her name?
I don't know, but you have to name her and who say it.
Yeah, go to the side.
Oh, man.
It's okay. All right, get that bat ready.
You need to put the money back.
Stop it. I'm 4 years old and I don't need to go in my car seat. I'm 4.
You are not 4. You're 3.
What are they making?
Hot chocolate. Because they can mix it and then they eat it. And I ate some mustard in here and ketchup and salt and pepper and some salt and then fashionable.
And why must you stay fashionable?
Because I'm Grandma's fashion buddy.
Is it your birthday, Anna?
Yes, it's my birthday. It's whatever else.
How old are you?
I'm 2.
2 years old. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
What did you say?
Anchovy.
I can't hear you. What was it?
Anchovy.
What is that?
It's an anchovy.
What is that?
A bird.
What is 14 plus 12?
13.
No, 14. 14 plus 12.
14 plus 12. 26.
How did you do that?
Because 4 plus 2 is 6. 10 plus 10 is 20. And 4 and 2 turns to 6. And 6 goes on the 0.
Which makes?
25. No,
Brinley?
9.
Bryn? Brinley, it's time for a nap.
No.
Bryn, it's time to have a nap.
No.
You have to have a nap, honey.
No. Okay, go.
Can we go have a nap, please?
Okay, go. No, I don't. Okay, go. Back.
You don't want to go lay down?
Bad.
It's not bad. Naps are good for you.
No, I don't want it.
How come?
I'm playing Gaga.
You're playing the Gaga? That's a puzzle.
That's a puzzle.
You're very smart at the puzzle.
That's just Papa.
But Brinley,
That's just Papa.
that looks like a juice, Bubba.
Yeah.
Oh.
What did you piece, Dad?
Little piece of what?
My candy. There's one piece.
You allowed to have that?
Mommy
Mommy said what?
Mommy said that this shouldn't be the to nibble.
So if I ask Mommy, she'll say that she said you could have a nibble.
Well, dude.
You fibbing to me?
No, I'm not. You can't tell on people. That being bad, Dad. So,
I'm not telling people.
wow.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Like I said, I should be back here later this afternoon. Thank you guys for joining me today. I hope you had a great day with us here. I hope you guys have, for those of you I won't see later, I hope you have a great rest of your day till I see you tomorrow. But those of you that I will see here later on. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I guess I will see my mods here shortly for a minute or two. You guys did a great job today, as always. Much love, everyone. I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.